Check 1 2.
There is a ladies and gentlemen, they heard me. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make a start. And
Switch on your mic.
we know that there are still people outside still registering to come in. Is there a spare chair there for toilet? Is there a spare chair there? Ricky, Ricky.
No, there's a chair.
There is that? Right, once again, thank you all very much. And let us make a start. And we're going to begin by asking God's blessing on our proceedings. And I'm going to ask former Executive Director of the Church of God of Prophecy, Bishop Wilton Powell, to come and say a prayer. Let us stand as he say the prayer.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Let's pray. We thank you, God, for men and women who have committed their lives to public administration. We are conscious of Scripture informing us, mankind, that we were created in the image of God and His likeness to reflect your goodness and to clarify policies for the common good in the diaspora and also to meet the legislative needs of the people of Jamaica. Here in the UK, we pray that as we embark on a new period of government in the monarchy and the administration in the United Kingdom, the reign of a new monarch, King Charles III, that those policies, those legislative action that will be taken result
So, ladies and gentlemen, this session, session 1, we're going to be looking at what we consider to be policy issues. And by that we mean, what are the kind of issues that we think are serious enough to take to the level of a policy? And a policy, whether in the private or public sector, is a prescriptive solution to problems or nuisances. So people sit down and they formulate how to remove hindrances, nuisances, and devastation.
Use this mic. You're not putting close enough to your mouth. We're not hearing very well over there.
You're not hearing very well?
Use that mic and a bit closer to your mouth.
I have never been a mic person. Is this better? Is this better? Thank you very much. So let's take this engagement, this morning session, to look at some of the policies that we as a region sat down and consider would be to our delegates. So that's the position. But before I go any further, let me ask Mrs. Dahlia Huntington Walker, or Walker Huntington, sorry, to introduce our honorable guests, the delegates from Jamaica, and also the other person from the British Parliament, Miss
for welcoming us, coming from far, to visit with you the Jamaican diaspora in the UK, particularly in the West Midlands. I'm Dahlia Walker Huntington. I'm the co-chair of the People's National Party's International and Diaspora Affairs Commission. Now, I live in Florida, Jamaican, Kingston, Jamaica, born and bred, but I've lived in Florida for the last 42 years. And so the leader of the People's National Party, when he decided to expand the International Affairs Commission, called on me as a person living in the diaspora to co-chair the commission, where the party would engage with Jamaicans living overseas on issues of concern to the diaspora and how we can work together and form a synergy. So it's been my pleasure to work with Mr. Bentley Cunningham from the Jamaica Diaspora UK West Midlands in coordinating this event, and with others in London to coordinate the two-day London visit. So I have the pleasure today of introducing you to the people at the head table, the panelists, and let me start at the far left, your right, a lady who many of you know and recognize, the former High Commission from Jamaica to the United Kingdom, Her Excellency Alun Namdet Asamba, who is also the legal officer of the People's National Party. Her Excellency. Sitting next to Her Excellency is Ms. Paulette Hamilton, Member of Parliament in the British Parliament, Jamaican, UK, British, the Honorable Paulette Hamilton. Next to Ms. Hamilton is he says he's the youngest member of the delegation. But the Member of Parliament for Northwest Manchester and the opposition spokesperson on Transport and Works, the contending with Michael Phillips to be the youngest person in the delegation. The Member of Parliament for Southeast St. Andrew and the opposition spokesperson on finance, who many of you know spent a number of years in the United Kingdom, the Honorable Julian Robinson. And the gentleman who has united us and brought us here to the United Kingdom, the leader of the opposition and president of the People's National Party, the Member of Parliament for South St. Andrew, Jamaica, the Honorable Mark Jefferson Golding. So we look forward to all of the hard work that you've put into the planning of the event and to the first item on the agenda today, which is the policy proposal. And with that, I'm going to turn this back over to you, Bentley, or do I turn it over to Julian? Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Julian Robinson, who will chair this discussion this morning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Delia. I think everybody would have a copy of the policy proposal document, and I know there are a number of you who would have spent days, weeks, months preparing for this discussion. There are 4 individuals who will come up to do an introduction to the specific policy. So for policy proposal number 1, Mr. Chester Morrison. For policy proposal number 2, Beverly Johnson. For policy proposal 3, Duncan Moore. And for 4, Bentley Cunningham. What I'm proposing, after the individual comes up and gives a summary, I'll then open the floor to discussions, and then we will have a discussion and have a conclusion as to whether we support, whether we want to make amendments, or whether we disagree with the policy proposal. So that's how I intend to.
Leader of the Jamaican Labour Party. PNP.
I know why he's confused. The Labour parties are considered the progressive parties. So in the UK, our sister party is the Labour Party. But the Labour Party in Jamaica is a conservative party. So I understand why he's confused. But we're the People's National Party.
My apology, Mr. Golding. Well, the only thing I would have liked was if you were currently in power. That would have been wonderful. And may I also greet Paulette Hamilton, our MP for Erdington. And I think it is also fair to highlight the fact that Paulette Hamilton is the first Okay, it falls to me to talk with you a little bit about number 1 proposal, which is ending gun ownership in Jamaica. You have seen the background paper, and what I would like to say, which we didn't do sufficiently in the paper, is just to highlight the current passage of the FPRRA in Jamaica, which is legislation that's going now, a new law in Jamaica with respect to the management of guns. And one of the things I wanted to say is we welcome that approach to managing gun ownership in Jamaica. However, what we would like to say is it hasn't gone far enough, because our position is we think that gun ownership should be outlawed in Jamaica, because in the circumstances, it does not provide us with any security. We're looking at the figures, and of the 1,117 people who have been murdered in Jamaica, I think 887 at the time were the result of gun violence. Therefore, we are saying it has a very negative impact on Jamaica. Not only that, the perception of Jamaica as a violent place with respect to gun violence has not been beneficial, because it creates the impression that people are afraid, particularly and people in the diaspora are afraid to return to Jamaica for that very fact. Whether it is a correct position or not is debatable, and is neither here nor there, because ultimately people's perception is their reality, and the perception will affect how they behave accordingly. So having looked at the paper, it seems to me that the progress that has been made in the context of the FPRRA is welcomed, and as a managing situation, as an interim measure, we support that. However, the suggestion that the FLA should be abolished, but within that process, it becomes self-evident that the FLA would be no longer necessary if gun ownership was no longer permitted in Jamaica. So in summary, that's the position that we're asking for. We also recognize that to an extent this will be in abeyance until you get into power, but given the level of agreement that was around with respect to the recent legislation, we think there is scope, even in opposition, to make some progress concerning a movement towards the position that we are advocating.
All right, thank you. I just want to use my chairman's privilege to give a little context on this issue. You correctly stated that the vast majority of the murders are done with illegal guns, not individuals who have license. So if we're following it logically through, if you outlaw legal gun ownership, you're not solving that problem. The big issue that we have is we don't manufacture guns in Jamaica. We're a small island state. We need to make legal gun ownership easier for persons who want to acquire guns for self-preservation, for protecting their assets, etc. But this would not solve the issue of illegal gun ownership, which is prevalent and which is pervasive, particularly in inner city communities that I represent, the opposition leader represents. And even with the strengthening of legislation, which we just passed, it is still difficult to get a hold of those percentage of Jamaicans that have legal guns. But if you were to use a statistic, I don't know if it would account for 1% of those who die on an annual basis, meaning legal gun owners shooting people. We have had 1 or 2 incidents where legal gun owners have been involved in shootings, but by and large, as I said, I think that would be maybe 1 or 2% of the total murders. So I'm going to open it up, but from my perspective, I would say I don't see this as being a solution to the problem that we face of violent crime in Jamaica. But I'm opening it up, and if there are...
Thank you. I'm just going to add, I agree with what Julian just said. The problem of violent crime and murders involving guns is really one of illegal guns, and we have not been able to tackle that problem by restricting the inflows of illicit firearms into the island, whether through the ports or through informal fishing villages and so on. The guns for drugs trade, the guns for meat trade, and guns for all kind of something trade with Haiti is a big problem. And the proliferation of weapons is frightening in Jamaica. There are, not just handguns, but assault rifles are used quite frequently by gang members to execute other people. It's a very serious problem, and I appreciate where the idea is coming from, because we all want to see an end to this. But I'm not sure that banning gun ownership, illegal gun ownership is banned and has been banned for years, and you go to prison if you're caught with an illegal gun. If the police hand you in, sometimes they don't bother do that. They just take care of you right there. But that's not supposed to happen. And when they are brought in, tried and convicted, they get sentenced. banning lawful gun ownership, it's not clear to me that that would have any meaningful impact. Everybody should be armed. That is a much more common thing. And that may be partly because of the large Jamaican diaspora in the United States and persons who have lived in America where the right to bear arms is in their constitution, and many people in America own a firearm or more than one. And Jamaicans who have lived in the States are accustomed to that. So some of them, when they return, they have that aspect of life, embedded in their psyche. And they will express the idea that, well, if everybody had a weapon, we wouldn't, the bad men wouldn't be able to run rampage and commit, the kind of violence against innocent people that is all too common. So there is really no appetite that I'm aware of for the idea of banning lawful firearms. Now, I'm not a firearm holder. I don't like firearms personally. And, so from my perspective, I'd be happy if nobody had a weapon, but many of us, many parliamentarians are licensed firearm holders in Jamaica. And in the broader society, many people feel that they have a right to protect their families and themselves by having a licensed firearm. The system of licensing is problematic in how the licensing is done, and that's an issue which needs to be addressed. But the overall appetite for licensed weapons as part of our life and our culture, our society, I don't think this proposal would really have any traction. That's my own sense of the situation on the ground.
Is anybody in the audience? I know we had another mic. Where is it? Okay.
Yes, I certainly will. My name is Maxie Hales. Full of stepping out of this all-inclusive hotel. And I had to tell them, you must go out and enjoy yourself because there's a stereotype about Jamaica, which is not acceptable. But I hear you said, Minister, respectfully, but I can't agree that because this gun culture, I've seen people at the poolside drinking beer from the United States. And this particular person said he comes out every so often to renew his gun license. Now, this person doesn't live in Jamaica, for God's sake. That gun culture, in fact, let me just put it straight. We should try and get rid of these licensed gun full stop. Because I know friends, for instance, a friend, gone to Spain, and I heard rumors of other people who would like to go to Paradise, Jamaica, because it is a paradise. We love the country. But they're afraid, and they're going to buy houses in Spain. You hear that? So they're not, Spain is hot. But because of the fear, so somewhere along the line, the parties, regardless of which one of the parties, must work to break this culture of fear. I don't accept the fact that we can't break it. It must be broken. Licensed gun or not, it must be broken. It's encouraging a culture. And I know that people from, I'm going to go ahead here, people from the States can just get helicopters or plane load and drop guns in the street, and because we don't have the proper infrastructure to stop that. But no, the gun culture must be broken. It's too easy for people to access guns. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to come to you, Beverly. Let me state, we fully understand the issue of crime and violence and how pervasive it is and the impact it has, particularly for those Jamaicans in the diaspora. People buy very easy. Now, the issue of tackling crime and violence is something that we as an opposition and a party, we have a clear plan on. Not just the aspect of the policing, but you have to cut off this, what I would call the chain or the flow of young men who get into violent criminal activity. A big part of that is the breakdown in our education system, where we have youngsters at 15 and 16, 10 years in formal education, and they're illiterate and innumerate. And as such, they become recruits for gangs. You have the issue of the decay in housing infrastructure. You have a breakdown in family life. There are so many issues which contribute to too many young people getting involved in violent criminal activity. So we understand the problem, but I'm saying I don't want us to conflate the issues to believe that this would be a solution, because it won't. Banning legal guns won't be the solution. Now, you gave an example of somebody who lives between Jamaica and the US and he comes to renew his firearm. That's perfectly legitimate. There's nothing wrong with that. Right? He may have both property, business, etc. in Jamaica that he feels he has to protect himself. If you look, for example, it hurts me to say this, farmers are being attacked by heavily armed gunmen who want to take the meat to Haiti to trade it for guns. So legitimate farmers, are now arming themselves to protect themselves. That's where we are.
Yeah. But do you see the point I'm trying to make? Because it's of the overall impact and safety and fair. It's a fair culture which develops from people out within the diaspora.
I understand the fear, but it's not driven by persons with legal guns.
Okay.
It's more the illegal. But sorry, Beverly and then...
How many people,
thank you.
If you had to estimate, on the other hand, if you were to try and do an estimate of the number of illegal guns around the country, I don't know where that would be, but it's more and it's higher. The problem, I agree with you about the gun culture, but I don't think the gun culture flows from licensed firearm holders who tend to be discreet, and if they're not discreet, their licenses can be taken away. They have to renew it very periodically every year.
Okay, thanks for the explanation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Beverly. All right, so I acknowledge, I'll just tell the order. Beverly, gentleman beside her, and then the blue shirt, and then yourself.
Good morning, I'm Beverly Johnson, CEO, President of the JLB International Group of Companies here in the United Kingdom and Jamaica and elsewhere. I just want to say that the present import structure, as a practitioner, does not facilitate the ease of catching the illicit weapons that are coming into the ports. I would therefore like to recommend that every single exporter from wherever the guns are coming from should be mandated to present proper identification to the agents of exports. And when the shipments arrive Jamaica, those information are staged, those shipments that we have identified, and do stage deliveries so that the perpetrators can be caught. The difficulty the Jamaica Customs Department and the Ministry of National Security and Justice have today is that a lot of what you're seeing coming in are just rubber papers. You have no way of tracking the source. So border-to-border protection, you have little or nothing to go with. Because I am a freight forwarder, I'm in logistics, but nobody in Jamaica has ever said to me to verify that the Jamaican government was to implement, as in other jurisdictions overseas, that a pre-identification process is done before shipments are moved, and hold us, the transporters, accountable to provide you that information. When you are in search of a shipment, you'll be able to get more situations.
Beverly, I must confess, I don't know much about that operation, but I thought you had to identify the sender. No? Okay. Well, that's something that needs to be closed, yeah.
And when you hear things like that, you really have to wonder how our policymakers operate. I mean, where violent crime involving the gun is the major problem in the country, and you have a simple administrative measure that could make a difference in reducing the flow of illegal weapons into the country, and it's not implemented. It wouldn't cost the government anything to implement it. But there's a MOU between the government of Jamaica and the US government in relation to border security, trying to help with tracking of small arms imports. And the Americans have been trying to finalize that with Jamaica for like over 6 years. And they still can't get it signed by the Jamaican government. And there's all these little pedantic points being taken. They take months to reply to a comment on a draft and all this kind of thing. You have to wonder whether there's any real political will to get it done. Because that isn't behavior that is consistent with the idea that this is a really serious problem that we have to tackle. But I thank you for your suggestion. It's very, very timely and relevant.
Yes, sir.
Wilton Powell, thank you for the policy and attempt to offer a solution to a difficult problem to our nation. I reflected some years ago that during Mr. Former leader, Mr. Parkinson, where we are faced with issues that are affecting the well-being of the nation that is superimposed on both parties, we clearly need common grounds of discussion because this is a fundamental problem that affects the well-being of the nation. So that's one thing I would love to see you, Mr. Golden, take into on consideration. Because we in the diaspora who supports Jamaica substantially, they're on both sides. And we want the welfare of the nation. We want to support all aspects of the nation. We are committed in putting our resources. Instead of going to Florida, we have made a decision that Jamaica is our place. Guns or no guns, we're going to Jamaica regularly. I notice that in Jamaica, and this might sound like a speech, on the North Coast, the people from Canada and America and all of, they're on the street, they're driving with the Rastaman and the dread and everybody. But yet, if you speak to people in England, we are afraid. Why is it that you could go from America and you can ride up and down, throughout the island, and they are so at home in Jamaica? And by the way, the fear that is used by the enclosed resorts is an economic issue also. The people are saying, stay in the hotels, and they're able to get the resources. The poor Jamaicans are not benefiting from the resources. We really need, and that's my second point, we really need places. Because if you look at the statistics, the tourists are not dying in Jamaica. The people who are dying are the inner city and the poor people who are shooting each other and gone. If you look at those statistics, there's a picture there. So our proposal from the diaspora is that let's deal with those issues that are impacting the nation, because we are here to support Jamaica and to do it even a greater amount when we can see some of those solutions. And finally, we
need for consensus and finding common ground among political leaders. I agree with you 100%, and I have called on many occasions for a resumption of what were called the Vale Royal talks, which were initiated by Prime Minister P.J. Patterson when Mr. Siaga was still around and leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. Mr. Holness seems less interested in that kind of dialogue. We've had one meeting in the 2 years, or nearly 2 years, that I've been leader of the opposition. We have had one Vale Royal meeting in February, and nothing has come out of that discussion that we had then. There's been no follow-up, no resumption of the talks. So, one hand can't clap. We are more than willing, and have repeatedly said, that there are certain aspects of national life which need to be taken off the table when it comes to politics and dealt with purely on a national basis. Not everything will be dealt with in that way, but certainly tackling the problem of violent crime is one such. And it needs a national solution. If we're fragmented and divided, we will never be able to overcome it. So, Julian is reminding me that we initiated a thing called the crime that had been established during the IMF program, the last IMF program called EPOC, which had been very successful in monitoring the progress the country was making in reforming its handling of public finance. And it was seen as being a useful mechanism. In fact, the IMF managing director at the time, Madame Lagarde, when she came to Jamaica, said that she regarded this instrument of EPOC as something which was really best practice, and she would be encouraging other countries to adopt it, because it really was a multi-party forum in which the commitments of the government to implement various reforms were monitored and reported to on a quarterly basis. By last year or so, the government stopped attending the meetings. Minister Horace Chang hasn't been coming. I don't know what, one of the reasons might be that there are some deliverables that were agreed when it was established in 2019, which have not been met. And maybe it's a bit embarrassing to have to come to the meeting and hear that A, B, and C, the firearms legislation, which was mentioned by the presenter on the first issue, that firearms legislation was one of those deliverables. And it has now passed, but it was over a year late. But the point I'm making is, if that is a mechanism for consensus that has been established, signed agreement and everything, CMOC, and it's not functioning as it should, because the government currently doesn't seem very interested in it. And I know that the private sector groups are trying to get the government to come back to the table, and I hope they will be successful. But we are fully on board with the idea of these sorts of issues, these critical issues that affect the very survival of the country. We need to depoliticize them and approach them on a national basis. In terms of your point about tourism and enclave tourism, we had a town hall meeting last night in London. This very point came up. And I said exactly what you said, essentially that I think that the reason why some of these resorts discourage their guests from leaving the resort is not because they really think they're at any risk, because Jamaica does not have we wouldn't have a tourism industry if we did. So that is not the reason. But they want to basically sell everything to them and keep all the money within their coffers. And you know what No, it doesn't stay in Jamaica, because most of these hotels are not owned by Jamaicans. But I think we need to, through the Jamaica Hotel and Tourism Association and the Tourist Board and so on, encourage the hotels to change that practice and not try and discourage guests from it has on the economy, because tourism disappeared in 2020 because of COVID, and yet our balance of payments improved. Who would have thought that was possible? And the reason is because, in fact, although you hear 3 million guests coming per year or whatever it is, the money that stays in Jamaica is only the amount required to pay wages and any local inputs. And because there's not sufficient entrenchment in the local economy, the local inputs and value added is relatively small. So when we lost tourism for that year or two, it didn't really affect the national accounts. Remittances and other things were more than sufficient to cover it. And we need to change that. We need to make tourism a more sustainable industry by building the linkages between hotels and the local economy. And that includes encouraging the guests to buy local, to visit the attractions, and enjoy what we have to offer.
Okay, gentlemen, yes.
Yes. Morning. I'm Calvert Barkley from Portmore. So, gun violence. I fully acknowledge that the real issue is the prevalence of illegal firearms, right? I take Julian's point about some of the causes for the involvement of youths in this activity, right? But we need a solution. That is our emergencies don't work. Without a source don't work and all of that. So we have to be looking, in my estimation, beyond that for some out-of-the-box solutions. And for me and some of my colleagues who know me for years and know my worldview would be totally shocked or surprised at the position that I am now taking. That we need to, make it extremely uncomfortable for one to have an illegal firearm. Rewards for handling in these firearms are some that our youth will see it possible to start a new life with the funds that he'll get from these guns that he's giving up, which is his way of life, because that's his bread and butter. So you are providing with a sum of money that can help him start a little business. Not just a little token money, it would call for a significant budget allocation. But I don't see us really getting to the root of this problem without having these kind of issues, right? And like I say, lucrative rewards for amnesty, and on the other side, draconian, and I'm not picking my words here. It have to be, you have to drive the fear of God into them, right? Because there's no reason for one to have an illegal firearm. Anyone with a legal firearm would have motives to hurt, maim, or kill. That's my...
All right, let me, both, you can pass it to the gentleman.
Just so that, in case you're not aware, legislation was just passed in Parliament in Jamaica, literally in the last 2 weeks, which repealed and replaced the existing Firearms Act with a new Firearms Act. And it is very draconian. So, for example, they intend to use it or whatever, just having it now attracts a minimum of 15 years imprisonment and a maximum of 25 years. And if you have a weapon with intent to injure or cause injury, it's up to life imprisonment for having that firearm, and restricted eligibility for parole. So this is an attempt to introduce much more serious penalties for firearm-related offenses. And we'll see to what extent it has the desired effect as a deterrent. But we supported it in principle and voted in favor of it. So it has bipartisan support. On the issue of the amnesty, the law does provide for an amnesty. There's going to be an amnesty for firearms. They haven't said exactly when it will start and finish, but the law provides for this amnesty, and they've indicated that they will be having this amnesty. But the idea of paying people compensation for giving in their illegal weapons, that is not something that is being contemplated. I guess it's the idea of providing capital to criminals in the hope that they will change their lifestyle. Maybe that would be considered to be a little risky, because they might take it and go buy some more new guns. Yeah. So it's more there's more of a stick than a carrot. In other words, the incentive for handing in the guns is that you can eliminate the liability of being caught and sentenced to these very long sentences. So, but I understand your point that it might have a better result if you provided a significant financial reward for people handing in their weapons, but it would also come with significant risks. Yes.
You want to say something?
I just wanted to add, I go to Jamaica quite a lot, and my family are from Spanish Town, because they are a big part of the problem, where I believe there could be a big part of the solution if we could get things right with enforcement in Jamaica. So I just feel that's really important. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a very valid point. And that when we were last in government, we established an agency called MOCA, which is a major organized crime and anti-corruption task force. It is the only fully vetted unit in the English-speaking Caribbean where all officers who are assigned to MOCA have to go through polygraph testing and extensive background testing. And the force is riddled with problems. And I'm very disappointed, actually, that we haven't made more progress in resolving those issues, because the Commissioner of Police, who's a former Chief of the Army, Chief of Defense Staff, General Tony Anderson, when he took up the job of Commissioner of Police, he had indicated that reforms, internal reforms, were going to be a major part of what he was seeking to achieve. But we're not really feeling the impact of those reforms if they have been implemented. And I think there's a general feeling out there that our police force is as much a part of the problem as the solution. And you know, there are many very decent policemen who risk their lives on a daily basis to keep us safe, and we applaud them. But there are also some rotten eggs there, and I find that they aren't weeded out as assiduously as they should. And I think the solution to that must be within the leadership and management of the force. It's very difficult for external parties to do that. But I think that is a question of the way in which the force is managed, and the policy direction given by the government through the Ministry of National Security is also critical there. So, I agree with you that part of the solution to our problem must be the cleansing of the police force.
All right. I have to observe timekeeping. I have to take only one more on this because we have 3 others and we only have 40 minutes to go through the other 3. So, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks to Julian. Wayne McIntosh, Friends of the Caribbean. Moving on from solutions, I know this is a new development, but can the panelists just comment on how do you see Mr. Elon Musk's invention into Jamaica to do with Starlink as a positive impact on what we've discussed today? Thanks.
Not related to the topic, but he was approved. He got a license from the government. It's going to be satellite-based internet connectivity. We always support new competition in telecommunications. When we were in office, is the premium now. So I can't anticipate, but I would say competition generally leads to better offerings, more better prices, and an upliftment of our infrastructure.
Sorry, Julian, I was more thinking of now that you have satellite coverage over the island, what can you do with it?
And the point I'm making is I believe
to support crime, to support the reduction of crime and that sort of thing.
From the crime perspective. I mean, having better intelligence is obviously something which the police is attempting to get so that they can deal with the criminal activities. It's no longer just using physical brawn, but the type of intelligence. So I think overall it's a positive development. But I want to wrap on this one. Sorry, I have to, because we have 3 more and we have 37 minutes. So in summarizing, while we understand the complexity of the problem related to criminal activity, I couldn't support this recommendation around the banning of legal ownership of firearms because I just don't see how it would solve the complex problem of violent crime. All right?
Please support the identification.
You support what? Yes, we would support your recommendation about anybody who is sending a barrel, a parcel. Number 2, which is to reinstate the Manley government's policy for diasporans' importation of vehicles. Beverly, you're leading that one.
Good morning, all protocols observed in time saving. Again, as a practitioner, what I see in Jamaica, for Jamaicans who are wishing to return home, is that the Jamaican policies on customs duties and taxes for returnees, for motor vehicles, is quite excessive and exorbitant, and can return home with their household goods free of duties. However, their motor vehicles are not given any duty-free exemptions. The only consideration that the returnee gets is for them to be able to take a vehicle up to the age of 10 years old, but they still have to pay the requisite duty under the common external tariffs. We feel that this must change. So we, the members of the JD UK Birmingham, on behalf of returning Jamaicans, have asked that consideration be given for a workable policy for the returning residents to be able to obtain full or partial duties and exemption on 1 motor vehicle per family, with the understanding that the importer will be liable to repay the taxes and duties if they should decide to dispose of the said vehicle within 3 years from the date of importation or are found to have hired the vehicle. Then there will be penalties and forfeiture. We've done our research and we have found that other members within the CARICOM countries presently offer all their returnees either full exemptions or partial exemptions with a monetary value affixed to it, as much as $25,000 per vehicle for exemption. We therefore ask this delegation to take this back for us, that every returning Jamaican, further to say, this second vehicle, we understand that that will be dutiable, but at least give the first one as everybody else is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. I know that one would get tremendous applause. Beverly is something we would consider. It used to exist.
I know.
And I don't know the reasons why it was.
Prevails now in the other CARICOM region. Thank you.
I mean, in principle, if you accept the idea that household goods for a returning resident should be allowed to come in without taxes, a vehicle is very much part of what any household uses. So it's an odd thing for it to be excluded. I'm very interested to find out why that policy changed. There must have been something that drove that change. It wouldn't have been a popular thing to change. So I'm. This predated that. This predated the IMF agreement. Yeah. So we need to check it out. But it sounds to me, yeah, in principle, something we'd support.
Could you pass the mic to the gentleman? Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, let me start by saying why we are here. This is the second part of a tour that the opposition leader decided on taking office to engage the U.S. and to engage. I know. You want to hold that one until we reach 4?
All right, so what we have come up with so far, Parliament. Yes. Yeah. And also to facilitate the participation on public boards of persons, Jamaicans outside of Jamaica, who have the necessary qualifications or experience to add value to the deliberations and decision-making on public boards. There's a reform of the method of appointment of public boards underway in Jamaica, where a database is going to be created where persons who want to serve submit their credentials for service, and then the appointment of the public boards will be drawn from that database. We want to see the diaspora included in that database. With modern technology, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to have persons who may not be physically present at meetings participating in meetings. It is an everyday occurrence in the private sector and general business. Apart from those issues, we want to establish a diaspora investment fund that would look at taking advantage of emerging economic opportunities in Jamaica to invest, especially in the MSME sector and other parts of the economy where there's potential for growth and where the impact of that investment on the economy would be very positive. That's another idea that we are pursuing. And then we've also encountered numerous complaints about philanthropic gifts that persons in the diaspora want to send to Jamaica to help schools or clinics or hospitals, and the bureaucratic challenges that they encounter with that. Now, we know the National Education Trust is there for education gifts, but even in that instance, where the gifts are administered through the NET, we've heard about problems where the consignee of the books or the school materials, which is a particular school, say in rural Jamaica, is not notified of the arrival of the goods on a timely basis. and they don't collect, and they incur demurrage or other storage charges, and they have to incur those additional costs. So we need to find an administrative mechanism which would facilitate the philanthropic activities of the diaspora who want to send things to Jamaica that are helpful, that would really support that process and eliminate any unnecessary costs that could be avoided if it was well managed. The process of bringing the goods into Jamaica was well managed. And we're in favor of setting up a mechanism somewhere in the government system to do that. And we're open to any other ideas that you may have. But those are some of the ideas that we have come up with so far. Yeah.
Any other comments on proposal number 2? All right, let me go to 3 and invite Duncan Moore. Is Duncan, okay. You can just take the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Proposal 3 is to establish a work and cultural placement for young diasporans in partnership with the Diaspora Parish Council and the corporate sector. You know, whilst I was sitting down listening to the previous comments about the other policy proposals, it suddenly came to me that actually policy 1 has a direct impact on policy 3. I'll give you an example. So my children, we've taken them traveling all over the world for quite a number of years, and we made a decision in 2015 to take them to Jamaica. And it was interesting to hear their comments when we said we made the decision, we're going to take you to Jamaica. Some of it was excitement, but some of it was I wouldn't say fear, but some of it was sort of, they were a bit anxious. So when we drilled it down and we asked them what we basically found out was that they had succumbed to some of, though we were not going to do the tourist stuff necessarily. Yeah, they wanted to go and see the Bob Marley Museum, they wanted to go to Dunn's River, they wanted to do all those things. But we decided to actually also to plan a kind of a trail of where my father came from, where he worked, when he spent some time at the bauxite, and also where he lived. The house where he lived is still there, which was interesting. So we went outside the normal parameters. To this day, my children still say that was the best holiday they've ever been on. So what am I saying? We do have, there's some responsibilities in the proposals. We're going to give some recommendations to yourselves, but we still have a massive job in the UK to do as regards to, well, let's just say, I'm pretty sure there's some educators in here. We have a massive problem just dealing with our own history and how that is actually shared within the national curriculum in the UK. It's distorted, it's not true, it's not right, and that has a shape on our children, the young people who are obviously here. And as we know from the statistics, really most of the 800,000 that are here in the UK, most of them are young people who are born here. We have a job to do here, so there's some responsibility on our side, but from a proposal point of view, some of the recommendations are as follows. On our side, but from a proposal point of view, some of the recommendations are as follows. I'm sure you've read them, but I'm going to read them out just for the sake of time. Obviously, the recommendation is to set up a workspace, work placement project, really to identify the needs and to expose the young people to not just a cultural experience, but also a workspace experience. What is it like to work in Jamaica? What are the people like? As an aside, one of the major impacts was on my children when they went there was to see black people in spaces which they'd never seen here. And secondly, to gain...
Let me commend you on this, Duncan. This is important. I believe it's very doable and is absolutely something that we would support. We heard yesterday when we were in the town hall the issue of a disconnect between second, third generation Jamaicans and their home country. And the point you just made is so critical. You said your children saw black Jamaicans working in positions that they would never see them here. And that puts in their head, there's no limit on what they can accomplish. So we absolutely believe this can be done. It can be done both in the public and the private sector. Grace Kennedy does a version of this through their Birthright program. There are other companies that could come on board and offer similar type internships. And I think government agencies could facilitate this. So it's absolutely a positive thing that we would support.
Yeah, we had a discussion on Thursday with senior members of the British Labour Party. And we were discussing the issues affecting young Afro-Caribbean youths in the UK around issues of identity and an understanding of who they are and where they're coming from, and the capacity for us to assist coming from, and the capacity for us to assist with that, you know, by facilitating visits to stay in Jamaica and go through some kind of series of activities which would expose them to the culture of Jamaica, the achievements of Jamaica, role models in Jamaica, and generally instill in them a sense of belonging to a culture and a history which is very rich, so that they can kind of draw inner strength from that and maybe set their own goals in a different way than they would if they didn't have that experience. So this is a very powerful idea. I think it's an idea that Grace Kennedy persons of Jamaica the battery, no, it's okay now. Yeah. Persons in the diaspora who want to experience work in Jamaica and the culture of Jamaica in the workplace and so on. But I think it can't be limited to private sector entities. And Mikhail has some ideas of using some of the agencies of the state to further this idea.
But I just wanted to say also that it could also help our young men in Jamaica also, because we are also seeing with the whole issue of young men not feeling that just getting a farm work card is an answer to their problems. It's a solution. Because we, especially in rural Jamaica, where we have challenges with young men, their exposure outside of their communities. So if we can adopt this as a policy for one party, moving forward when we become government, because we see it as a solution also for your children and the children within the diaspora, be it the UK, Canada, the US, the problem is the same. The challenges are the same. In bringing them with our young men in Jamaica, you know, because during the summer we have camps, we have various different activities. For them to also inculcate their experience, also a great place for them, young men, to want to live and work and raise their families. So this in itself is something that we have been hearing right across the tours, not only here in the UK, but also in the USA. And it's something that as a government in waiting, that we would love to expel within our society and by extension the diaspora.
I would just add that the power of this proposal is that it recognizes the changing reality of our diaspora and the generations, where now I think it's in the teens, the actual percentage of the diaspora that were born in Jamaica. Many of the vast majority now are persons who were born here. And so their understanding and their nostalgic feelings and so on towards Jamaica will be different to the first generation who came here. And we need to find ways to reconnect in a positive way so they can benefit from the culture and history and strength that Jamaica has around building their identity in a positive way and empowering them to move forward in life. And Jamaica itself, as Michaela said, we have our own issues with the young men, as you all know. and there may be opportunities still for benefits at the local end as well. So this is something that we very much appreciate and would endorse.
All right, I have 3 hands, 1, 2, and then the gentleman at the back. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon, everybody. Covia District. And I think it's probably just to introduce myself. I set up a national mentoring program here in UK, which was addressing some of the issues that you spoke of there when you meet with various parliamentarians in UK, the issue around young black men and crime in the UK. Now, my extension of my program, which was called Kwesi, it's an Akan word from Ghana, which means a boy child born on a Sunday. But my concept for Kwesi came from my 9 years in Lakovia district. And what I into the mentoring program was the idea that it's critical that men, and this is one of my mentors here, going back in the 90s, and we as men, we gathered together to create a group of men with a positive thinking, knowledge, wisdom, experience, common sense, and insight to go and support these young men in the school. The statistics I'm looking at here says from January to October, 1,171, and I know it's young black men in urban setting, rural settings in Jamaica who have killed each other. Okay, so that's something of the order of over 3 on a daily basis. Now, I'm suggesting that we need, and I know that the education people aren't necessarily on the platform today, but we need a re-education, and part of that is a mentoring program, national in Jamaica, where men, adults, elders are brought back into the school to offer their most important assets that we have, that we can give children, is our time. And I'm suggesting that that is something, because it came from Jamaica, that's mentoring, it became national, international, and it should be something that Jamaica should say, we need to have that embedded in the fabric of our education and socializing of our children. Just on a very quick one, how violence is inculcated through the language and culture of our community. And we used to say this maxim: if we ask the children, and it is usually when we're going to school conflict between black children, we're going to school conflict between black children and black children, why did you do such and such to such and such? Well, I did it because my mom says, when him lick, you lick him back. That's inculcating violence from a very early age, and that violence can escalate depending on the problem. That is not something that we would taught our young children to do. We taught our young children, I've got to say this, using the biblical, the Bible, church people are here, adage. Jesus says, if somebody slaps you on this cheek, turn the other cheek. Meaning, walk away from violence. You know where violence is, you keep away. That's the first thing. So that re-socializing of our young people needs to begin. But I think Jamaica is the place for new...
You just pass on the mic to the other table.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I endorse that policy wholeheartedly. We came to England over 60 years ago when we were children. We came from the country schools, and yet we went through the system with determination and motivation, which came from our roots in Jamaica. We outperformed the children here. Jamaica is not only a powerhouse for sports, Jamaica is also a powerhouse academically. We stand globally on the upper quartile of education, and we have not marketed it, we have not used it to our fullest potential. We clearly need to market this. The future is a digital economy, knowledge economy. And I think one of the proposals that we should be sending back with you is how do we capitalize on the knowledge economy, given that we are as strong as we are. Jamaica still out. If the Jamaicans there are rated against our Jamaicans there, we are outperforming there on a lower economic quartile than that we have in the UK. So I do believe that this is a low-hanging fruit, and we should take it back and really stimulate our economy.
Hi, good morning. All protocols observed. I want to welcome the team from the PNP and congratulate the West Midlands JDUK on organizing this event and for putting together a well-done policy document. My name is Kevin Brown. I'm the UK North representative on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. On the council, we have working groups, and one of the working groups that I lead is the Partnerships Working Group. And we are looking at this very said issue of how do we engage our young people with Jamaica. And just very briefly, we have identified 5 key things going to work in corporations or in government institutions during their visit. But also, there are other packages that could be offered. One of them is a quick 2-week submersion in all cultural aspects of Jamaica. So they wouldn't go there to work, but it would just be a very quick, short visit to experience Jamaica. And this is actually something that we've taken steps to establish with the Jamaica Tourist Board. And a couple months ago during the Commonwealth Games, we launched what the Jamaica Tourist Board in the UK is calling Next Gen. So this is something that we're actually going to get going. But the other aspects include multi-faith packages. Religion is a big thing in Jamaica. And there might be young people in the diaspora who would want to experience that. Young people who are Christians here or of other faiths who want to go to Jamaica and have that experience. The other aspect is fellowships. The next frontier of engaging the diaspora is harnessing the human resource within the diaspora. There are many professionals in the diaspora who would like to give back to Jamaica. And perhaps a fellowship scheme could be developed whereby someone could go and work in a private or public institution for 6 to 12 months and share knowledge, exchange knowledge and experience. And of course, they would also benefit from that cultural and otherwise. And finally, Bishop Powell spoke about education. Young people here to go to school in Jamaica, whether it is primary, high school, or university. And we have several examples. I know people who have, there's a friend of mine, her daughter studied medicine at UWI in Mona, Kingston, and she's now a doctor here. So it can be done, and we can reverse that and have a more holistic package of experiences for our young people. And I can say this, life cycle. So if we don't engage our young people now, we will miss the boat. And our young people are not going to be interested in hearing about sending more remittances. They want a more wholesome reason as to why they should engage with the country. Thank you.
Thank you. And, well, Beverly has a point, but we certainly would like to speak to you and get some of the details of what you just articulated. Yes, Beverly.
Yes, I too endorse this policy. The African Caribbean Black-led churches here in the United Kingdom had a series of 3 symposia based on our history, our heritage, and our identity. And what we found is most of the diasporans' children are not aware of our true African history. They're not aware of our true West Indian history. And I think it is good if we could collaborate, as we did with the symposium, to have some engagement with the University of the West Indies and the College of Arts, Science, and Technology. Is that what it's called now? UTech? Right. So those institutions could be engaged to participate, to have exchanges, because so many of our young people, the history that is taught here is not about the sufferings that we went through. It's about the white European approach to everything that happened. I think also that would be good for us to be able, not in Jamaica exactly, that's why we want to take them to Jamaica, to ensure that they do have some truth about their history, their heritage, and their identity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Ben to take us through item number 4.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I won't take long. We have to... You can't hear me when I speak like this? Something. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, let me say that just 5 minutes for my presentation, and because it's been submitted many times before, we need to have a relationship with Jamaica that is solid, fulfilled, and practical. We need to feel that we are working with our country, and the country is working with us. The initial understanding of the diaspora relationship was that it should be reciprocal. We do things for Jamaica, and Jamaica do things for us. It's all right talking about the investment bond and the diaspora bond and what we can do, but the time comes when we supposed to expect Jamaica to say, what can we do for you? And I'm glad that the response here today is to endorse some of these policies that are coming. A lot of people, Dr. Byfield and Miss Dawn Braithwaite, and I'll give you thanks all in a minute. All I want to come together, use their talent and put this thing together. But I digressed. What we need Jamaica to do for us more than anything else, policy level relationship. And that means once you have a diaspora policy, the time has come to implement that policy properly. And when you have policy, you have the formulation stage and you have the implementation stage. What has happened with the diaspora so far is the implementation is non-existent, or it a limp from one foot. It broke down. We need a proper implementation thing. And here's how Jamaica do it. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Here's how Jamaica culture. Them set up an agency called RADA, Rural Agricultural Development, to implement it. They have a policy for tourism. They set up an agency called the Jamaica Tourist Board. Thank you very much. So all is not something new, this. But when it comes to we, the diaspora, then give me one little department. And them have people working in there that has never produced a report, never said nothing about what them do, about diaspora affair. And if you ask them begs with you. This is what I call a classic example of corruption. And it ought to be investigated by the corruption, what do you call it? The Integrity Commission, thank you very much. It ought to be investigated. Let us be truthful to one another. If you really want to work with the diaspora, we would like an agency for diaspora affairs. Because after a while, we have elected them and sent them down there, and they come back from Jamaica and say, we're not accountable to you. They come back and tell us that. We went to Jamaica, and Jamaica gave us a certificate, and they say, oh, them appoint we. All kind of destruction, and we need that help because Jamaicans are suffering. People go down there on him holiday and him come out and police came to the house 3 days after. Excuse me, Mr. So-and-so, need to talk to you. You need to come to this station. He asked why. And the people in the house said, don't argue with him, go. And say, well, you have to go get lawyer. Because we did. And they did. They have to investigate it. And they found out that the owner of the land was a foreigner. But in Israel, that man have a number where he can ring to the Israeli Returning Jews Agency. And they come down there waving their badge. They have power. And they will talk to the police station and they talk to and deal with this if he has power, the returning residents. And not just those returning to reside, but those to visit. What we need is a host of incident where Jamaicans can't go home and feel comfortable, can't go home and settle. We need to be just a phone call away from that agency. Staffed by Jamaicans from Canada, from America, from the UK, and here's the final point. It won't cost you anything to set up that agency. It won't cost you extra penny or extra dollar. Close down that falsity called Department for Diaspora. Close it down and transfer the resources to this agency, and we're done.
Yeah, man. Well, that is clearly a popular proposal. And the truth is, it was started with the best of intentions, and now we have a diaspora council or board council where the politicians appoint a large number of the persons who sit on it. And I don't think that is right. I think that the entity should be predominantly a reflection of the diaspora and should be their agency to interface with the Jamaican state, and it should be representative of the diaspora in broad terms. As we know, the main issues that affect the diaspora are not limited to foreign affairs or foreign policy. In fact, that is not even necessarily the most significant issue. So this idea of an agency, and which is adequately staffed, is something that I like, especially since it seems to have the support of the diaspora. And we want the diaspora to feel that Jamaica is moving in a direction which fully takes them into account and them on board, because it's one family. Jamaica is not just a geographic construct, an island in the Caribbean Sea. Jamaica is us, right? And we can't exclude Uno. Uno are part of the family the same way. So we have to build structures that reflect that philosophy. And, you know, the ideas as to what would satisfy that should really be driven by the family outside, because they are the ones that this agency is to empower and to allow to play the role that we want them to play. So I like the idea, and it's something that we will certainly explore further in consultation with the diaspora itself.
I'm going to ask Delia Walker-Huntington to, she's the co-chair of our...
They're advisory board members, and the council now is partly elected by people living in the diaspora, but a significant number, I think the total number is 13, and about 6 people are appointed by the minister. And so you have this conflict of who does the board actually represent. Initially in 2004, when the first board was constituted by persons who went to the first diaspora conference, they were elected by people who attended the conference with the mandate to support, to be the representative. Has been changed significantly and is now seen and operates as an arm of the government when it should be the diaspora's mechanism to contact the government. The difference with the Senate, the members of the Senate that the party is proposing is for there would have to be a constitutional reform to appoint 2 independent members of the Senate who reside overseas, who are non-Jamaican residents. So whether the person's from the US or Canada, but each party, or the UK, each party would have a senator. Now a senator is a member of the government. They are the part of the legislative making process. So that is a much higher level of participation in the government. It gives a voice to the diaspora to be at the table when bills are being discussed, when they're being proposed, when they're being voted on. So it's a much higher level of representation and engagement that the party believes that the diaspora should be a part of. And there are persons who are willing to serve and ought to be able to be given that opportunity to serve at a government level. Thank you.
I'm going to, Dr. Monroe, then yourself, and then those are the 3 last comments. Dr. Brown, sorry, I said Monroe.
Well, first of all, I fully endorse the proposal, and to be honest, it's long overdue. We have been hearing about the Global Council that I sit on. Prior to that, we had an advisory board, and only three geographical regions were represented: America, Canada, and the UK. I think the Global Council that has replaced it is a much more broader reflection of the realities out there that Jamaicans live everywhere on this planet, and has attempted to draw representation globally. In terms of who these representatives, where advice is sought. But I'm also an advocate for Jamaicans who live within the UK northern region that I represent. And I would say that most of my council members have the same feeling. However, Delia, you are right that the government has tried to, in my view, in their definition of what a representative, what your role is, has tried to say that you're an advisor to the government solely, and so neutralize the advocacy side of it. But I have never bought into that. So what I would say is that it's not either or. I think you can have all of it. You can have the Global Council, you can have the executive agency, and you can have diaspora senators if you so choose. It's just ensuring that you have a framework that promotes diaspora engagement. That's what we're seeking. And I would go further and say that if we're talking about constitutional reform, why aren't we talking about giving the diaspora the right to vote? Yeah. Right? I want to emphasize that none of these ideas are new and novel. None of them. Because there are several countries that already have these frameworks in place that we can draw on. It's a matter of political will. It's a matter of whether our political leaders feel that the value of the diaspora is such that it must now become a whole of government engagement. Whole of government. And this is where the diaspora agency come in. Because if you have an agency, as Bentley has said, that implements the Jamaican National Diaspora Policy in its current framework, and by the way, the policy is online. If anyone wants to read it, you can access it online. There is a national policy. Then I think you could move forward with diaspora engagement in a meaningful way. And what is happening at the moment is that this council, the diaspora council that they've implemented, which also is a part of the policy, is too much embedded in the foreign. So important that it actually sits within the office of the president or the office of the prime minister. So I think it's about political engagement. And in terms of voting, if we're looking at diaspora, if we're looking at constitutional reform, then what we're saying, because I know many politicians argue that, well, you don't live in Jamaica, you can't vote for an MP. We're not asking to vote for MPs. We're asking to vote for an executive president. So we're saying that if you are going to become a republic, I know it goes against what the current two political parties have said. You want a symbolic president. You want to replace the governor general with someone that we won't end up being able to elect. But we're saying that if we want to step forward and be truly democratic, not just the Jamaicans on the island, but globally, then we should be looking at an executive president that the diaspora can vote for, right? Because you mentioned the idea of the Senate, and then you said 2 senators. So then you're going to have the argument about, well, what about the UK? So even the Senate idea is problematic. But I think diaspora voting for an executive president would perhaps be a more democratic approach.
Okay, Mr. Brown. Let me just correct a couple of things that you've said. First of all, the diaspora voting is an issue in the way the government is set up. You vote for an MP in a constituency now. We have established that there might be about the same amount of Jamaicans living overseas as live in Jamaica. So, and we were told...
Let's get this very straight. Let's get it very straight. Because we have this argument, I hear it all the time, that, well, there are 3 million Jamaicans who live overseas. First of all, not all of them are first-generation Jamaican, meaning they were not born in the country. Secondly, if you're going to look at diaspora voting, Delia, you would...
Mr. Brown, 1 second. I know it's an important point, but there are 2 other people who wanted to make contributions, and we are 12 minutes past our cutoff time. So We can continue that particular
Sorry,
debate.
Mr. Chair. My
after.
apologies.
But let's just allow the two contribute.
Getting to even a ceremonial presidency has taken us 60 years, and we're still not there yet, right? So I think we have to be realistic in what we achieve. Our party is in favor of an executive presidential system, but that is a major constitutional overhaul because our system is not constructed in that way whatsoever. It's constructed along the British model, as is all of the English-speaking Caribbean. So to move from that, from a prime ministerial system, where you're a member of parliament and the person in the parliament who commands a majority of MP support becomes a prime minister, to a directly elected president is a huge change to the structure of our constitution. We are nowhere near that. The discussion around that hasn't even begun. So what we have said is, as a pragmatic thing, we want at least to have a head of state that's a Jamaican. We want at least to have a head of state that's a Jamaican as a mature democracy, and that's the first step. And so we have conceded that point in order to get somewhere in the short run. The broader question of diaspora voting and the very substantial size of the diaspora and the impact on the decisions as to who governs a country, that's a big, big issue. And I think that warrants far more deep analysis than we're able to do today. But the idea of expanding the Senate is a more realistic approach because you can do that without upsetting the overall power dynamics within our constitutional structure, which is very important because right now the government doesn't have a 2/3 majority. And keep that dynamic in place, which is an important safeguard from the government ultimately being able to completely do whatever it wants, which I don't think anybody would desire to be the case. Going from there now to how you structure a presidential system with a massive voting pool. You've already said that 2.7 or whatever the size of the diaspora is only the Jamaicans who were born in Jamaica. When you take into account citizens of Jamaica who are increasingly taking advantage of the rights under our constitution, you don't have to be born in Jamaica. If you have a grandparent or a great-grandparent, you're a Jamaican. Once you get into that, the whole question is how do our democracy would function where the majority of our voters don't even live in Jamaica, may never have even come there. That's a very major issue. We need to think that through, my brother. I'm not... So I'm not taking any position on that at this point, but I do think it warrants serious discussion as to how that could work. But we've put the Senate proposal on the table because it would at least give the diaspora a voice in our parliament, a voice in the framing of our laws, and in the important decisions that Parliament addresses. And that would be a big step forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The last two comments and then we're summarizing.
I'll leave my comments to the next session because I can see that we're running up against time.
Okay.
So.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You're the last one.
Last comment. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I won't be long. But I cannot, I don't know where this fits in, but it fits into Ben Cunningham's very passionate contribution just now. But I can't allow you gentlemen and women to go across back to Jamaica without expressing what I'm about to say to you, because I don't suffer in silence. They're very, very, very important. Please listen to this. When I go to Montego Bay and I see how low that statue is, and when I compare and contrast that with Trafalgar Square, it makes me feel shiver. Now, in Britain, when the First and Second World War are commemorated, there is the mantra, least we forget. Yeah? So we should not forget the Jamaican contribution to the war efforts and the lives lost in the wars. That takes me on my recent holiday, and I went to Port Maria, where I stood at the former court house on the steps and look across, and a gentleman said to me, "Go and check Taki, great hero, as you all know, across the square." You want me?
Yeah, we want to wrap up this session because we're running very late. Yeah.
So you'll give me my opportunity
yes.
later?
Yeah.
You promise?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
My name is Dawn Brathwaite, for those of you who don't know me, and I'm part of the organizing committee. And I've been given the relatively easy task of just summarizing and wrapping up this session. I'm conscious of time. My plan, I am not going to rehearse what has already been said. Apologies if you have made a contribution and I don't reflect it in my summary. This is really just for the highlights. Can I firstly thank everybody for the full discussion that we've had this morning. Just dealing with a proposal, the first proposal around the genesis of the proposal around gun ownership. We all heard the response about the issue really being around illegal guns. It is complex. It is a national issue that requires a national all-party solution. We're pleased to hear that the suggestion around the pre-identification process before shipments go into the country found favor with the delegates, and that through legislation there is now some move to look at draconian measures for illegal ownership. And I suppose we all have our fingers crossed that there will be not just tooth to the legislation, but it will be implemented, that we will see some results in short order. Okay. The second proposal was around the importation of vehicles. I won't spend too much time because I think our delegates agreed that they would consider that proposal, and so we're all heartened to hear that has been well received and landed well. The proposal around establishing a work and cultural placement for young diasporans in partnership with whether it's private or public sector in Jamaica is one that is of hugely significant importance. It's really necessary for us to here and the country which their parents and grandparents call home. And so again, we're all pleased to hear that will be looked at. I think the words used was that was a powerful idea. I made a note of that. We are going to be holding people to account. As somebody who grew up in Jamaica, went all the way through to university, when I came here, people went, "Oh, where did you study law?" And I'm always pleased to say, University of the West Indies, thank you very much. So we have so much to, we're reading all this in the press, or we're going to Europe and other places for holiday. We bear part of the responsibility. And the last proposal, number 4, was for creation of a diaspora agency. Bentley, thank you for your very passionate plea on that front. As with all these policies, there is a lot to be considered beyond today. I think what we would all be disappointed in is if we left here and this was simply another talking shop and nothing happened. So we're really looking, and I am eyeballing everybody at the top table, for some action. There must be, amongst all the proposals and all the discussions, all the ideas that have come forward, some quick wins. Let us identify those quick wins. There are going to be others that will take greater work to implement. There are lots of details that we need to talk about. We need to talk about what this roadmap looks like. Please engage us in that process. We seek an undertaking that there will be channels opened up between yourselves, your good offices, and our various representatives here. Listen to our ideas. You have said, you out, and please
let's not be gathered here in another 5 years' time, still raising these policy proposals and dusting off this document going, oh, somebody mentioned this in 2022. I think that's all I am proposing to say this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dawn. Let me thank all the individuals who contributed to the document. We have had a good discussion. We are committed as a party to pursuing the ones that we believe are implementable. And to the council.
Tony, you're going to just introduce your upcoming trip to Jamaica. It will only take a few minutes. We won't delay you much longer from lunch.
Right. Thanks, Dawn, for inviting me. Thanks to everybody on the platform, all protocols observed. My name, for those who don't know me, I'm Tony Kelly, born in Britain, but the accent doesn't sound British though, because at an early age, my parents sent me to the land of their birth, St. Thomas, Jamaica, Whitehall to be exact. And, and I came back here in 1979. So I went through the education system in Jamaica and went to Michael Teachers College and taught in the high schools in Kingston. Now, my starting point is, and nothing's been said so far, our health is our wealth. I'll say that again in case you didn't hear it. Our health is our wealth. And diabetes is rampant in Jamaica. I'll say that again if you haven't heard it. Diabetes is rampant in Jamaica. So I have this condition, diabetes. I've had it for 18 years, but I never take medication. Never, ever. I do physical activity and diet. And since I retired, over here I was a probation officer and a senior probation officer. Since retirement, I am on a one-man mission to get us as black people taking care of our health and our body. So back in lockdown, very briefly, back in lockdown, I was on all sorts of webinars and Zooms and Teams, whatever you call them. I'm a technophobe, but people set them up for me to go on them. And Africa heard me, St. Lucia, Barbados, Jamaica, America, Canada, and people said, you need to come over to Macedonia and help us. So since March, I've been on this mission to try to get to Jamaica and Barbados, and I leave here in 10 days' time. The Caribbean Diabetes Month is the entire month of November. So I'm in Jamaica at 7 parishes doing events in Kingston, St. Andrews, St. Anne, St. Catherine, Manchester, Clarendon, and St. Mary. Some people will say, well, why are you not going back to St. Thomas? That's another long story, which I'll tell you when I come on half an hour. I'm doing what's slow on the uptake with this. Barbados, if you see the itinerary for Barbados, it's as if they're going to treat me like royalty. Jamaica, the apathy and inertia which set in, trying to get people to engage with me, asking me whether I'm medically qualified. It's my lived experience, my patient experience. You can't beat the lived real-life experience, which is what I'm going to give out there when I'm out there with my slides given to me by the National Health Service. So if anybody wants my card or want my details, TonyKellyDiabetes@hotmail.com, TonyKellyDiabetes@hotmail.com. I'll let you know where I am in Jamaica over the next, starting 1st of November, right through to the 12th, then fly off to Barbados. But here in Britain, I do 150 community events per year, 150 per year, free of cost, all over the country and abroad. I was in Dominica 4 years ago doing the same thing. And basically, all these lovely policies and plans that we're wanting to put in place, we've got to have the health to deal with it. Sort out your health issues as well, is what I'm saying to you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Can I just say now, Jennifer, just going to give us a preview of what's to come up. But we're finishing now, and Jennifer with us.
Yeah, I'm going to keep this very brief because I'm conscious that we've actually gone over time. So I'm just going to give you a brief summary on what's happening after lunch. So after lunch, if you can come back, there's quite a few activities and entertainment going on. So we've got the Wellbeing Network and Engagement session for members of the public to basically, listen and learn about some of the activities that's going to take part. We've got our very own Tony Kelly, Diabetes, and our community who's obviously going to be talking about the diabetes health and the benefits it is to our community and the wider community as well. Okay, we've got a well-being through drumming, and that's Golding, African Caribbean holistic dance practitioner. Okay, Sandra, she graduated in 2009 with an MA Dance and Somatic Wellbeing, and has taught dance nationally and internationally. So yes, it's worth coming back after lunch and you know, taking part. That's between 3:30 and 4, but obviously time is running a bit late. So yes, please enjoy your lunch and we'll see you after. And also take advantage in networking with each other, get to know who we are, speak to our international guests, and yes. Yes, and also after lunch, we have got some stalls. That's on the outer side of the building. So please have a look at the merchandise and purchase the merchandise. And yes, and enjoy yourselves. Okay? All right. Thank you.
But they're both serious. There are some other rarer types of diabetes too. What all types of diabetes...
Yeah, someone just needs to bring the support.
mockingbird. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird don't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. And if that diamond ring turns brass, Mama's gonna buy you a looking glass. And if that looking glass is broke, Mama's gonna buy you a billy goat. I will buy you a billy goat.
Those symptoms. And my wife kept saying to me, something is wrong with you. But this is typical, and I'm looking at the men in the room, and the women now have men in your lives, or fathers, or grandfathers, or spouses. Men don't do doctors. Men are constantly in denial. Men bury their head in the sand like the ostrich, thinking the problem is going to go away. And of course, it doesn't go away, it gets worse. Eventually, I could take the nagging no more, and I went to my doctor, and the doctor, first sample of urine before any breakfast, she put the stick in, and she says, Tony, Mr. Kelly, you have glucose or sugar, it's the same thing, in your urine, and there should be none. I decided to make the lifestyle changes, and I've lived with this medical condition since then, and never ever take medication. So if I can do it, so can us as black people out there also do it. Physical activity and diet. Years that I'm sharing with you. That's a little cheeky picture of me playing jigsaw back in London when I was born. People say you just look the same now. I'm just a bit older and a gray beard. But I've gained a lot of experience along the way. I started this journey 10.5 years ago in Wolverhampton, which at the time was the diabetes capital of Britain. It isn't anymore. Birmingham is. And when I went to Wolverhampton and spoke for about 10 minutes, Diabetes UK, they were there, and they said, you need to come over to Macedonia and help us, because you got the gift of the gab, you can relate to us as black people, and you can talk about your story. So I was trained, and I haven't looked back since. And as I said earlier, for those who are here, since retirement from having worked in the probation service, since retirement, I do on average 150 community events free per year. Gurdwaras, mosques, churches, temples, residential homes. I seek them out. I proactively go and find them and engage with them. Moving swiftly on, I couldn't cook to save my life. Couldn't cook at all. I grew up in a middle-class family in Jamaica with my aunt being a teacher. So they had helpers and maids or servants, call it what you may. And every time I made a beeline to the kitchen, my aunt would say to me, only girls I grew up with. So I came back to England, and even in our home, if dinner's to be prepared or tea or supper, I'm lording and waiting on my wife or my daughter to prepare it. So my daughter gave me, in 2009, Caribbean cookery classes as a Christmas present. And trust me, I have not looked back. I went from where I live all the way over to Boldmere, Sutton Coldfield, and now, who is the best cook in the Kelly household? Have a guess. Exactly. You know, come have none of the food though. But seriously, I am saying to men in particular, this is the idea of going to junk food, fast food, takeaway. Go home and learn to cook. So you know that when you hear it, I'm asking you to challenge it. When been doing this for 10.5 years, and when I go to big events, and hear the consultants and the professors and the doctors talk about hard to reach community, I say, excuse me, who are you referring to? The Africans, the Caribbeans, the Asians. Now, you ask them, please, are they in the jungle? Are they on Mount Everest? Are they in the deep blue sea? Are they on the Himalayas? They need to go and engage with communities and stop being patronizing and descending and somewhat racist by referring to black people as hard to reach. They don't know where Lascelles is, and Aston, and Nichols, and Brixton, and so on. If I can go and knock and get these engagements, so can they. So if Muhammad cannot go to the mountain must go to Muhammad, okay? Say instead historically excluded, historically neglected, historically ignored, marginalized or underserved. Do not accept hard to reach communities, because none of us as black people are hard to reach. I reach the sight and hearing impaired, the ones with learning difficulties, white working class people as well, travelers, Romani gypsies, etc. I don't do health clinics, hospitals, and GP surgeries. The people who are at those places are already there for a reason. So I go to the rum bar, I go to the sports club, I go to where the hairdressers, the barber shop, places where I know black people will congregate. And that's why I do so many per year. That just shows a map. You might not be able to see, but that shows a map of where diabetes is prevalent. I'll mention them to you. Handsworth, Lozells, Sparkhill, Small Heath, Sparkbrook. Every second shop and third shop in some of those areas is a takeaway fast food or what I call junk food shop. Please, I'm begging you, start eating healthy, fresh food that you have made. And if you're a working person, you can't come home every day and cook. So on a Saturday, Sunday, you cook enough food and different varieties. On this Rotary Lions Club, I just open my mouth and talk. And some people might say, well, are you a doctor? I'm medically qualified. And I remind them my health disclaimer. It's my lived experience, my reality. And sometimes you can't beat that. More than the doctor with him or her with a hot potato in their mouth, talking with him Oxbridge or Cambridge accent, and it just fly over black people's heads. We don't understand a word what them talk about. Okay? So I keep it real. In 2021, 537 million people, and Dawn, tell me when my 5 minutes is up, 15 minutes is up, please. 537 million people have diabetes. That figure, by 2030, is going to go up to 643 million, and by 2045, up to 783 million. And some people said to me, Tony, that's far away. Cast yourself your mind back to the millennium, 1999, into 2000. What year are we in now, people? Come on. 2022. So it ain't that far away, these two figures that I mentioned there. Diabetes is responsible for a death every 8 seconds in the world. So some of you talking about COVID and how many people died from COVID. Diabetes has killed, in 2021, every 8 seconds, 1 death, which amounts to 6.7, we call it a non-communicable disease, NCD, or an acute disease. When I was trained as a Diabetes UK champion, I was told to refer to it as a medical condition. So that's what I stick to. I think I'm just going to show you a 2-minute video which sums up what diabetes is. If we listen to that.
There are 2 main types of diabetes, type 1 and type 2. They're different conditions, but they're both serious. There are some other rarer types of diabetes too. What all types of diabetes have in common is that they cause people to have too much glucose in their blood. But we all need some glucose, and it's insulin that allows the glucose in our blood to enter our cells and fuel our bodies. If you don't have diabetes, your pancreas senses when glucose has entered your bloodstream and releases the right amount of insulin so the glucose can get into your cells. But if you have diabetes, this system doesn't work. When you've got type 1 diabetes, you can't make any insulin at all. If you've got type 2 diabetes, it's a bit different. The insulin you make either can't work effectively or you can't produce enough of it. In both types of diabetes, because glucose can't get into your cells, it begins to build up in your blood. And too much glucose in your blood causes a lot of different problems. To begin with, it leads to diabetes symptoms like having to wee a lot, being incredibly thirsty and feeling very tired. You may also lose weight, get infections like thrush, or suffer from slow-healing wounds. Over a long period of time, high glucose levels in your blood can seriously damage your heart, your eyes, your feet, and your kidneys. These are known as the complications of diabetes. But with the right treatment and care, people can live a healthy life. And there's much less risk that someone will experience these complications. If you've got diabetes, you can find lots of information and support about living with it using our website and helpline. As well as campaigning for everyone with diabetes to get the right care, Diabetes UK fund research into all types of diabetes. Research into all types of diabetes, so we can develop new treatments and one day find a cure. You can find out more about type 1 and type 2 diabetes and how they're treated in our next videos.
That is on the Diabetes UK website. Please go and show your friends, neighbors, colleagues, etc. It's only 2 minutes long. But I'll just mention 4 people for you who have type 1. Type 1, 100 years ago, last November, which is why November the 14th is called World Diabetes Day, he noticed a marga dog outside. May I talk to Jamaicans, so they're supposed to know what marga dog. He, in his lab in Canada, with his French students, they decided to pump this thing into this meager dog, just like how Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin. That was when, 100 years ago last year, insulin was discovered. Of course, it's been made better since then. So it's artificial and it's man-made. So everyone with type 1 diabetes, which is only 8%, have to inject insulin into their stomach 3 times per day, or wear an insulin pump strapped to their body. Type 2, that's progressive. It either runs in the family, like in mine, hereditary, or some people, because they have too much weight round here, so too much fat, it is preventing the pancreas from what it should do naturally. So I'm begging you, those of you who have the 40-inch girth and the 36-inch girth, I'm not saying you must bring it down to the average. All women should be 31 and a half, but you ain't gonna get there. Think of the Miss World where the 36, 24, 36 hourglass shape. But if you are a 38, I'm begging you, try and lose some of the fat and bring it down. Men should be 35. That's what they should aim for. And white men and African Caribbean men should be 37. I'm not making this up. This is all on the Diabetes UK website. 4 people who have type 1. Philip Schofield, who did the voiceover in that, he does the early morning breakfast program, he has type 1. Theresa May, our Prime Minister, has type 1 diabetes. Our former Prime Minister, I should say. Sir Philip Redgrave, some of us old enough to know the guy who won 5 gold medals at 5 Olympics, has type 1. And I'm going to throw a black person in there. The well-known black American actress, phony person, and get stuff come to you, and you don't know what they put in it. Please, okay? Moving swiftly on, go to this website as well, know your risk. Even before you go to the doctor, you know you can hardly get doctor's appointment these days. Go to the diabetes website, put in your height, your weight, your ethnicity, your age, your gender, and it can work out whether you're no risk, low risk, medium risk, or high risk. And if you're in the medium and high risk, as a person who hasn't got diabetes, you then go to the National Diabetes Prevention Program over a 9-month period with others and try to do the things to make you lose some of that weight and so on. So eat a healthy, balanced diet, be more active, and for those of you who smoke, may I beg you stop smoke, okay? Now, those are some of the places also. I have about 15 of these shirts in all colors, and I knew I was coming to a PNP event, so I have to wear this color. It was going to a labor event, but I'm not really a labor, right? I'd wear the green. But the point is, if I'm 30,000 feet in the air with one of my hoodies, and somebody say, excuse me, the back of it, you work for diabetes? Oh yes, and here's my card. If I'm going on the train to London, if I'm in the bullring in the city center, if I'm wearing neutral colors like what you're wearing, nobody will know that this guy is a diabetes ambassador. By now you realize I can chat for Britain. Tell me when time is up, you know. 5 minutes. Oh God, we're on this hot warm up. Get rid of these cultural myths and misconceptions which are actually in communities, our African, Caribbean, and Asian communities. Diabetes is a touch of sugar. It is more than a touch of sugar. So get rid of that for starters. Oh, it's the will of God or Allah. The Holy Bible or the Quran say you're going to get it. Some just have to accept it. Fait accompli. No, you need to do the things to prevent the complications from coming your way. If I fast during Ramadan, that's a lot in the Muslim community, and I prick my finger, I have broken my fast. Absolute nonsense. Going down the village or the district or the lane and walking next to him is his princess or his duchess or his queen, and she's 6 times his size. He fattened them up in order, and him say, oh yes, I've conquered. This is my queen, my prince, or what have you. that is a recipe for disaster. No woman under normal circumstances not supposed to be this size if they can help it, unless they have a medical condition. So less is more. Big is not beautiful, is what I'm saying. Only people who are overweight or obese can get diabetes. That's a myth we have to dispel out there. Because some people who are meager, or go back to Jamaican vernacular, mager, can also develop this medical condition. Because the pancreas, the fat, although the meager, the fat stays around the pancreas and the liver, and they end up getting diabetes. Some firmly believe, oh, if I cut down on the donut and the sugar and the syrup and the condensed milk and the bun, I'll be fine. All carbohydrates you eat break down into your body into glucose or sugar. So the whole heap of rice and peas, and the bami, and the yam, and the cocoa, and the dasheen. I better stop there, because I could there all day. You need to cut down on your portion sizes and eat far more fresh fruits and vegetables. That's what we do in the Kelly household. So the days of Tony Kelly eating 6-7 tablespoons of rice and peas, not anymore. The portion of rice you eat must fit comfortably in the palm of your hand. If you're eating more than, some people say to me, Tony, you mean before the rice cook? No. We're talking when the rice cook. So you need to be mindful of your portion sizes. And vegetables, when I was growing up, you could have get me to eat vegetables, but tell my grandmother and my aunt, vegetables is rabbit food. Pop chow, lettuce, callaloo, kale, spinach, that's for rabbits and guinea pigs. Now, if you come to our home, our plates are filled with vegetables and fruits, and less of the carbohydrates. And I'll just say something for the men in the room here, because I do some stuff sometimes on prostate cancer. Men are not seeing the print well, or they can't see the images on the television, and they think it's to do with old age. Ladies and gentlemen, it is nothing to do with old age. It is the diabetes having its wicked way at the back of your eyes, which cause you to have blurred vision and to go blind. I'm going to stop there because I'm conscious of time and others need to come on. All I'll do, and that one I just mentioned, black people are 2 to 4 times more likely to get diabetes than white people at age 25 as opposed to age 40. And it's to do with our DNA or genetics sitting on our backside all day and not doing any physical activity. And also bus drivers, train drivers, lorry drivers, tube drivers, also because they're sitting down all day. And the ending part here is my details. I think I've left it, but I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you very much.
Eat more vegetables. Testing. Not as far as I'm concerned.
Yellow yam.
Yellow yam. No.
Okay, let's give a hand of applause for Mr. Tony Kelly. And I would like to make a confession. I'm also pre-diabetic, and that's triggered off with my love for Lucozade. So I do need to stop drinking the Lucozade. Okay, well, without further ado, back into our health and well-being network and engagement session. Health and well-being, there's so many different elements in terms of, apart from what you eat and what you do, music is the key as well, because obviously music, it could affect you in various different ways. So that leads me on to inviting, an introduction, you could say, to Chester Morrison and his drumming colleague. Thank you. Can we have a louder hands of applaud for Chester and his well-being through drumming team? Okay, thank you. Right, our next performer is a cultural dance and well-being workshop with Sandra Golding, African Caribbean holistic dance practitioner. Sandra graduated in 2009 with an MA Dance and Semantic. This will be a fun and interactive session which will get you moving. Can we please welcome Sandra Golding? I don't know what she looks like. Is that her? Thank you very much, Sandra. Can we have a hand of applause for Sandra again? She did a fantastic job. Thank you.
So this is to those of you who are sitting down, and hopefully you were using your observational skills, yeah, and you learned something from what we did. It's really important that we honor, acknowledge our cultural heritage and the benefits that our culture have for us, physically, spiritually, and mentally. So thank you very much, yeah?
Thank you, Sandra. Right, we've actually reached the interval, and this will give you the opportunity to go to the back and have a look at all the fantastic merchandise, and then we will resume our entertainment and whatever needs to be happening later on. So if you go to the back, you'll see all the stall holders, and, you know, please encourage and support and purchase some of the products. See you later. Bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye.
Know yourself, understand yourself, ask yourself, yes. See, the order of the day is to have something for people to talk about. You ain't got nothing, then you are nothing. There's no wisdom in the systems, don't always have you locked down and weak. Poverty's always where you're gonna be. I'll keep this real, yes. Oh, gosh. When you wake up in the morning, don't you wish 'twas the day you were longing for? All your bills are paid up, all your troubles are gone, you worry no more. Unlimited spending, every day's like a holiday. On the trap that they set, one thing that they forget, my foot is already in the door. One more, will you give up on a good life? That which we cherish down to the ground. Will you give up on your children? Hey, yo, that's a big no-no. Would you give up all the people where no man is an island, can't live it alone? We have good intentions, but always the job's never done. We say your prayers, but we don't stand up and speak. The systems don't always have you locked down and weak. Poverty's check yourself and know yourself. Ask yourself, yes. See, would you give up on a good life? That which we cherish down to the ground. Would you give up on your children? Hey, yo, that's a big no-no. Would you give up all the people where no man is an island, can't live it alone? We have good intentions, but always the job's never done. We say your prayers for the weak. I'll keep this real, yes. Ooh. We say your prayers, but we don't stand up and speak. The systems don't always have you locked down and weak. Poverty's always where you're gonna be. And keep it real, yeah. Yeah. We say our prayers, but we don't stand up and speak. Check this out.
Now, chichi bottle. Oh yeah.
Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a blackbird, them a walla in a mud. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a garland, them a living in sin. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a cling cling, you can hear them a sing. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Now share the wealth and share it good. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Share the wealth and share it a ball. Huh. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a garland, you can hear them a sing. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a blackbird, them a walla in a mud. Some of them a holla, some a ball. So hear it good. Some of them a holla, some a ball. A chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a blackbird, them a walla in a mud. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a cling cling, them a sing. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a garland, them living in sin. Some of them a holla, some a ball. So share the wealth and share it good. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Me say fi share the wealth and share it good. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some of them a holla, some a ball. I told you that things won't be the same. You think she couldn't get over you? You think she couldn't move on? You think she couldn't find wine and dine her and take her to the late night movies or to an elegant party where we'd be having fun, mingle with everyone, dance until morning come. So I told you a change was gonna come. I told you she was waiting for the right time to run. I told you she getting tired of the bun bun. I told you she never knew. I heard you going crazy over her, running up and down, searching all over town. But what you have lost, somebody else has found. Right now her life has changed. She's moving on her way. No stopping her again. She's simply not the same. So I told you a change was gonna come. I told you she was waiting for the right time to run. I told you she getting tired of the bun bun. I told you she's simply not the same. Oh, yeah. I said I got news for you. She's just found someone new who treats her better than you, like no one ever do. I heard you going crazy over her, running up and down, searching all over town. But what you have lost, somebody else has found. Right now her life has changed. She's moving on her way. No stopping her again. She said getting tired of the
I'm hurting bad. I'm hurting. I did not see what I was supposed to see. Now she's gone off with a stranger, someone I don't even know. I should have taken her out every once in a while. Dinner together on the fancy style. Show her a life that's all worthwhile. Now I guess I gotta walk an extra mile. I could beat myself. Oh yeah. Ooh yeah. I could beat myself. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna feel funny out there in the crowd when my friends all ask me, where is your woman? Long time I don't see. Now I've got to think fast, gotta use my head. Give a good story and make sure they buy my version of the situation. Although I don't wanna lie, I'm gonna do this once. See my reputation sinking in a distance. If they knew the truth that really existed, then my little sanity would be wasted. I could beat myself. Oh yeah. Ooh, yeah. I could beat myself. Oh Lord, Lord. Ooh, I'm hurting bad. Ooh, I'm hurting. Now I'm gonna put the blame on the person that told me. They should realize that it's gonna destroy my position. Remember, I'm a name brand. Though I really wanna hear a little news now and then, this is not what I expect to hear from my friend. I'm disappointed. But now I've got to say, I should have held her tight every once in a while. Take her to dinner on the fancy style. Show her a life that's all worth
it's for 1 year to take over from somebody who's going on maternity leave. However, they feel that when that person returns, it could go into a full-time job. It's Carol the cleaner again. I don't know when these people clean house for you, they won't pay. What? They should be doing it as a kindness and So, seriously, it's a lovely job and it's in Birmingham. So just come and have a whisper in my ear saying, yes, Bentley. I don't like to bend me. But my mother gave me my name as Bentley. So just come and say, Bentley, I am interested. I know someone, or I am interested. Okay? That sound good? Now, Miss Jennifer, where are they? We're waiting to start the next session, but we're waiting. But let me just say, while we're waiting on them, I wanted to do it in the first session, but didn't get a chance. Pardon. Gathered here today are some partners in putting this thing on today. And it's Carol the cleaner. She wants our money. So, Enid, would you like to just come and say where the ACNA Center is located? And then following Enid, there's another organization here, isn't there? I know Ujima is here. Is Zadutu here, Sick Be Nourished? Sick Be Nourished? Enid from Nottingham, the ACNA Center.
Good afternoon, all. The ACNA Center is situated at 31 Hunger Hill Road, St. Anne's, Nottingham, NG3, 4NB. It's a voluntary organization that was established years ago by our elders. God rest their soul, RIP. Some of them has gone on before, and we've been involved. We do a lot of cultural activities. People say it's mainly a Jamaican center, but it's not. It's the Caribbean, Afro-Caribbean center, and covers for the whole community, because we are in the heart of St. Anne's. You've heard about St. Anne's. I'm sure you've all heard about St. Anne's. It's in the heart of St. Anne's, one of the most deprived area according to stats. I'm very dubious when it comes to stats because people do it to suit their needs and whatever. But we're there. At the moment, because of COVID, we haven't opened fully, but we used to be open 7 days a week. In the daytime, we are a community center, and then at nighttime, it becomes a business, like a social club. But at the moment, we've got a Wednesday group going, which is, we call it the over 50s friendly group. So I think I'll be calling on a diabetes gentleman at one point to come to Nottingham to come and do a session for us. We're in the process of looking to employ 2 workers. So that will be after then. So by the end, I'm sure Tony might be able to give it me and give it to Bentley for Bentley to repeat it before. The diaspora, that's where they have the meetings. So Dr. Kevin Brown, who spoke earlier on, he's involved there as well. So, and my colleague there, Tony Foster and Jackie Brown, is over there. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Cunningham.
Give her a big the ACNA Center. And how long has it been going in it from when? Huh? 48 years, that's some longevity. Next to me is Zadatu. She is a nurse by profession, but a very hard-working organizational leader. I'm going to tell you, she's got an organization called Sick Be Nourished, and they can collect all kinds of important equipment, send it all over Africa and the Caribbean. You wouldn't believe the output. Sadatu.
Greetings, greetings. Good to be here. Give thanks for coming out today. Yeah, my name is Empress Zadatu, working in the National Health Service. I specialize in bowel cancer, breast cancer, and I'm now working in primary care, seeing many of our communities coming in. So as Tony alluded to earlier, talking about diabetes, there's a lot of people from our communities that present to the GP, to general practice, with diabetes and other forms of cancer such as prostate, etc. Now, I've been fortunate enough, I've worked in Sandwell and West Birmingham hospitals for over 20 years, and I'm now working in a GP practice where I see between 15, 20 patients a day due to, different types of service provisions, etc. And they throw a lot of this stuff away. Over the years, as Ben has highlighted, we, the Sick Be Nourished project, has managed to collect a whole load of medical resources, and we've managed to send some of this equipment to Jamaica, but not only to Jamaica, but to our roots in Africa. We have sent equipment to about 18 different countries in Africa to date. Some of that equipment includes hospital beds, wheelchairs, swabs, needles, etc. We accept requests, particularly from the regional, rural areas across Jamaica, across Africa, supporting our practitioners in any which way we can. We also develop training packages. At the moment, we are based in Uganda, where we recently upgraded the Matundwi Hospital, the Matundwi University, where they train midwives and nurses, and we renovated their sick bay. We are based here in Birmingham. We have a storage facility which is just down the road from here in the Floors to Go building. We need assistance to get this equipment to where they are most needed. I am also, as I said, working in the UK as a specialist practitioner. What I want to do eventually is set up some sort of advisory service, because one of the things that I've found affecting us here in the UK, we attend the doctors, we attend the surgeries, we need to have surgical procedures, but a lot of our communities don't understand the terminology. So we want to bridge that gap and help too. Today, it's been an amazing, amazing event. For those of you who missed what took place this morning, we had some policy discussions and we had some very good input from the panel, our distinguished panel from Jamaica. I didn't prepare for this talk, and I just want to give thanks to Ben for actually giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much indeed.
Wonderful. I thank you for that applaud, because you hear in our community, you hear people who have a lot to say, make a lot of noise, run off their mouth, about Africa, run off them mouth, about third, run off them mouth, about black, run off them mouth, about so and so. But then you hear somebody who is doing, and her team is doing things, sending equipment. It's a big difference from tongue wagging, much bigger. Now, I'm just using this session to introduce one or two people who are engaged in bringing this day together. Sickby Norris was one. The diaspora was one, and so on. I'm going to ask one young lady who is here just to come up and say something. She lived in the United Kingdom and went back to Jamaica. While she was here, she was a community worker. And she went back to Jamaica and is still doing community work over there. Just like to come and ask her to take 2 minutes to tell her what she's doing in rescuing the perishing. I call upon no other than Miss Camille Adijan. Give her a big hand.
People, yeah? Home is a different thing. This is where I've spent most of my years. And I was driving today and I thought, you know what? It's actually really good whenever I'm here. As Ben said, I would say he was responsible for getting me into community by throwing me in at the deep end. I think it was 41 years ago in community, and I've never left it. When I returned home 6 years ago, coming on to 7, it's very hard if you're community-based that you just go home and sit down. It just doesn't happen. Within 2 months, I'd become very involved in the CDC, which is a Community Development Committee. There are community development committees right across Jamaica, in every community. So if you think of a community like Discovery Bay, I think they've got like 28 districts that make up that. I'm in Runaway Bay, we've got 23 districts. And what we are, we're volunteers. I believe it was established many years ago by the People's National Party about ensuring that communities have a voice, they can participate in the development of their communities, yeah? So the volunteering, it's based on volunteers. We work with the Social Development Commission, who provide us with an officer, but they don't really give us any resource. So what I've had to do is to focus. I became the president of Runaway Bay. And what I focus on is a number of things. Education, and I mean that means like helping people to go to school and to ensure the elders, particularly throughout the pandemic, we continued to go, I can see in the room, who gives support, who provides money so that I can continue with that work. It's only once a fortnight I could feed the homeless and give the elderly, but it's a proper meal on a Sunday, you know, proper Sunday dinner. And then, you know, we'll give a care package which you would provide things for people in the community. And some of the young families who cannot afford certain things. We've built a house for a man with 2 children where when we found the condition he was in. What I'm trying to say is that there's a need. You have to be careful how you give and who you give to ensure that it goes to those in need. But trust me, we have a lot of needs in the communities, in the districts, and particularly some of the rural areas. The big corporates tend to do the more urban areas of Kingston and so on. But when you look at St. Anne or Runaway Bay, where you think it's rich because of the hotel, that's not the case. Go 10 minutes in and you will see the level of poverty and deprivation. So that's so I'm constantly fundraising. We're constantly trying to do things to make sure kids can go to school. Elders can see people. Sometimes we are their eyes and ears, and we are the only people they see. And just to make sure that we continue that development to assist people. See? But I just want to say, good to see you all. And, you know, if you come to Runaway Bay, you'll find me. Yes? All right, thank you.
Yes, Jennifer McIntosh. I am the founder and the chair of the Ujima Partnership. So the Ujima Partnership is a social enterprise that focuses on 5 pillars, which we found crucial for our community. One being housing, the other one being well-being, health and well-being, business, and youth as well, education. We are a social enterprise that relies on funding to deliver some of our services. We are based on the Dudley Road, which is the African Caribbean Millennium Centre, and we are looking for people to deliver their services within that building under the Ujima programme. Ujima has been going for 5 years now, and we're working very closely with the JD UK, as well as other partners, which is a corporate black workers group, and that's on behalf of Birmingham City Council. I'm also the International Relations Officer on behalf of Unison, so that focuses on international aid, charities, and what's going on within the global world in that sense. So yes, again, working very close with JD. Ujima, we are a membership organisation, and to be a member, there's so many benefits. It's an annual fee of £50 for the year, and that allows you to be part of a group of people, like-minded people, allowing you to deliver your own personal services. We don't believe in working in solo. We work collectively in partnership, because then that's where strength is. So if anybody wants to get involved or find out more about the Ujima Partnership, please get in touch and contact me. I'll be here for this evening. Thank you.
You know, you'll be surprised in Birmingham how many groups and organizers there are ferreting away, working away to do something. Each. Come, my darling. What is the group? Oh, yeah. We're talking about group. We don't really want to hear from no radio station. I'm only joking. Radio station plays a big role in our community. So come and tell us about your radio station. My entrepreneur.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm a radio producer, presenter for Genesis Radio. I used to work on New Style for about 5 years. I do community events, projects, anything that goes on in the community basically. You can approach me and we can discuss it on my show. My show is called the Community Talkback Show. It's on Wednesdays at 11 o'clock on Genesis Radio, and we are based at the Legacy Center. So we're here, okay? Yeah, we're based here. Yeah, so if there's anything that's going on in the community, I'm the person to go to, and we get it out there so everybody knows what's going on, okay? So don't be afraid to approach me. Just come and say hi, and we can discuss it, all right? Yeah, I've got some cards and a video program, so, I'll be giving them out later on, and then show you a little video of the things that I do, okay? And my name's Elaine from the Community Talkback Show on Genesis Radio. Okay.
So, give her a big hand. Elaine from Genesis Radio. And she's got some card. Use your radio station to promote your activities, your events, and so forth and so on. Is there any other organization and groups here? Any groups? Miss Coke, please don't run away. And that office carries out almost the same work as in London. A tireless worker at that office is Miss Monica Coke. Monica, would you just like to say?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Birmingham if you're not from Birmingham. Welcome to the world, full stop. Good evening. As Bentley has just said, I am one of the officers at the Jamaica Honorary Consul in Birmingham. I have a colleague over there, Jubilee, who's also a member of that team. So what do? Passports and immigration on behalf of the government. So we renew passports, we also do citizenship by descent, we do citizenship by marriage, we do notary documents to be signed, we also do those. We're only open 3 days per week, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, 10 till 1. Anything else I need to tell you? Oh, we're based for the West Midlands, and we're based in his building, which is number 50, Icknield Street, Hockley, Birmingham, B185AY. It's on the website. And if we can be of service to you, please let us know. And we operate by appointments. Is that okay? Thank you so much for listening.
There's another person here who is from the media, the Gleaner. Hello, sir. Yeah, ma'am, we're coming to you. Just say what's going on the Gleaner. Promote the Gleaner.
Hello, greetings. Hello, my name is Montel Gordon. I am here on behalf of the Gleaner, just covering today's event, and I thoroughly enjoyed listening to a lot of you guys' enterprises, social enterprises, and what's going on, and writing about it. So yeah, it's been a phenomenal event thus far. Looking forward to hearing from the public engagement with Mr. Mark Golding, and yeah, thank you for having me here, and looking forward to hearing the rest of the event. So yeah, take care.
Give Martel a bigger hand than that, man, Lord. The Gleaner is one of our partners. You see, the event is promoted for the last 2 weeks. Another partner that's been going for many years now, an unsung hero, not an individual, but an organization, a premises, and that is the Caribbean Millennium Center at Dudley Road. And it has a proud history. All our meetings were held there free, and they opened their doors to anyone. That's what I call community resource. And we're going to ask Soca Master to just come and say a few words about the Dudley Road Center, one of the longevity and the longest.
Well, I'm Sylvester. They call me the Soca Master. And I've been on New Style Radio for about 9 years. And New Style Radio is a station that caters for the whole community, bringing in cultures, Caribbean cultures, and everything to do with the relationship with Caribbean affairs. We do it at the ACMC. We also have rooms and accommodation for people. Any one of you who want to come and do something there, then you're welcome to come there as well. We can accommodate quite a lot of you all. Yeah. Just want to let you all know, for those of you who don't know, we have had a little setback, I would say, with our FM. So for those of you who have been trying to pick us up on FM and having problems, it is something that had to be done. We haven't lost it. We just pulled it for a little while so we can get a good foundation on where we want to go from here. But even though we are broadcasting now on newstyleradio.com, we'll be getting back the FM, and I hope sooner the better, but it is in the pipeline. It is the process, the process of getting it back on right now is in fusion. It is being worked on. So we are very optimistic that we are going to be back on New Style Radio very soon on the FM band. So quite a lot of you who have been having problems in getting it online, you'll now be able to get back your FM as you used to in the past. And that's going to be happening very, very soon, I hope. Keep my fingers crossed.
Can I ask, thank you very much, Soca Master. Can I ask Chester and John and the other brother just to take a little seat around the drum, Sammy? Please. Yeah. I'm going to do something cultural and Jamaican. Okay, we're still waiting on them. Dave Wilkes, will you get ready sooner or later? And one of the things that we do very well, we sing. But our singing is no longer in group fashion, except for in the church, which is good. I go to church, and I love the church hymns and singing, although these days I'm kind of mystified with some of what the singing is. But we do. How many people know this song, "Oh Island in the Sun"? A little bit. See, that's a classic Jamaican song that happened around the time of independence. Harry Belafonte. So let's have a go as a Jamaican group. Let's have a go at singing. Shall we do that? Yeah, man, put up some bravery. It's "This is my island in the sun, given to me by my father's hand. All my days I will sing in praise, the forest waters, the shining sun." And after the singing of this song, we're going to have, now I don't know yet, man. They're very keen, aren't they? After that, we're going to have from Kwesi, Mr. It backs out of my head. Manu will be coming and just say a few words about the work it out. So "This is my island in the sun." Let's give it a try. We may fail, but let's go. All my days I'll sing its praise, the forest waters, the shining sun. Oh, island in the sun. Oh, island in the sun, dear to me by my father's hand. All my days I will sing its praise, of the forest waters, the shining sun. I see women on bended knees, cutting cane for their family. I see my days I will sing in praise, of the forest waters, the shining sun. What on them? I'm going to ask for a bigger vowel contribution. You know, a bigger, don't feel shy. Even if you get it wrong, even if you get it wrong, you know, have a go. Oh, so the chorus again, you ready? Oh, island in the sun, dear to me by my Father's hand. All my days I will sing its praise of the forest water, the shining sun. Okay, thank you. You ready? You ready? For another one? Day. Me say day, oh. Daylight come and me want go home. Day. Me say day, oh. Daylight come and me want go home. Come, Mr. Talman, tell me banana. Daylight come and me want go home. Come, Mr. Talman, tell me banana. Daylight come and me want go home. 6. Me say day, oh. Daylight come and me want go home. You know what that song is about? Can anybody explain what that song is about? Who brave? With his 1 bunch and 2 bunch, he's allowed to go in and full, and so he get a little money to buy khaki, what kind of what it's so called? Calico soap, what's so called? Carbolic soap. And that is, my father used to do that. Say, come from country, go to town, do the wharf, and then you get your pay, and he would come back with carbolic soap and those things. So that was the day of the peasantry. So what he's there singing is, day are come, may I wait all night, day's coming, and he's calling for who? The tallyman, the man who weighing banana, and tell him how much he's going to get. So the tallyman must come and weigh his banana because he won't go home, right? So, come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and me want go home. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and me want go. I got 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch. Daylight come and me want go home. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch. Daylight come and me want go home. Day. Me say that, oh, day. Oh. Eh? You can't make it? Anybody know what that one means? Go. Carry me to buy, not a quantity what sell. Everybody come feel up, not a quantity what sell. Everybody come feel up, not a quantity what sell. Me say what a day, what a night, not a bite, not a quantity what sell. Why, not a bite, not a bite. What a Saturday night. Thank you. Has anybody ever been to Linstead? Who has ever been to Linstead? Well done. Yeah. And I was so disappointed when I went and see it. It is sung. I'm in Africa. I go to Barbados and I hear this song, Linstead Market song being sung in Africa. Children in school singing it. And you come back to Jamaica and you went to the market and it's ramshackle. You think that they would fix up that place and keep it prestigious. I don't know if they fix it up now. They fix it up now? It's still the same? Oh, God. What a shame. You know, one of the things some of us could do as Jamaicans, if you find yourself with time, energy, and a few pounds slushing around, you know, you could go and take on a project like fixing a market. A group of us can get together and fix a market. And, pardon? Okay, yeah. and you know, fix a clock, fix a monument. That's what the English people do. They go around and fix up little parks and go down Manuel Road, Galang boy, Fika Brock Rockstone, Galang boy, go down Manuel Road, Galang boy, Fika Brock Rockstone, Galang, lick them one by one, Galang boy, lick them two by two, Galang, finger mash no ball, Galang, member a play with a player, Galang, go down Emmanuel Road, Galang boy, figure Brock Rockstone, Galang, go down Emmanuel Road, Galang boy, figure Brock Rockstone, Galang, oh better lick them one by one, lick them two by two, finger must not cry, member a play with a play. Thank you. And you're playing and you're passing the brick along from one to the next one, and you're slamming down the brick, and if your finger is in the way, your finger mash no ball. Remember, play with a player. And those were the days when you create your own toys. So imagine you take one big stone as your toy and think of a game. I think that is it. Mr. Dave Wilkes, the great poet laureate, is he here? Is Mr. Gareth Gilfillian here from London? Mr. Gareth Gilfillian. Is he here? Okay, we have where is tell them if they can't come now, nobody come again. You want to wait until him come then? All right. Yes. Can Miss can't find the packet here. Can I say that while we're waiting, Miss Dave Wilkes is going to wait until the leader of the opposition comes, and then he will perform then, because it was specifically aimed at him. So what I would like to ask is, with the planning of this event, I have called a number of names. I hope you remember the number of organizations. But one key organization that has been going for many years and that was involved in this project is an organization called Prison Link. Sound for Ricky, please. Sound for Ricky, please. Give him a big hand.
Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm the Chief Exec of Prison Link, which is a resettlement organisation which started in 1985. But I'd like to tell you about an opportunity which will happen in January. We run a course 4 times a year, which is a criminal justice course, and it's all about people who want to help prisoners when they get released, either by going into the probation service, the prison service, the police, or general resettlement, or even chaplaincy. It's run 4 times a year, and it's run at Birmingham Prisons Training Centre. So the next course, we're running one right now, starts in January, and it's a 10-week course on Tuesday evenings. It starts on the 10th of January, I think it is the second Tuesday in January. And it consists of 10 weeks looking at issues that affect prisoners when they get released, various guest speakers, but more importantly, a visit to the prison, a visit to the police station, Holford Drive, a secure police station, and a visit to the magistrate courts. So that's run 4 times a year, but we're going to run the next one in January. So if anybody here is looking for an opportunity to work in the criminal justice system, and there's lots of opportunities available, please contact me. Or you can take my number now, if you're thinking about it, which is 07949 203280. The other quick thing I want to say is that I also work for BBC Radio WM, and later on I'll be getting some comments from you about this event. So get ready, comments from you about this event. So get ready to speak into my microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deaney. Give him a hand now, man. You think it's like coming out of there like you don't have a friend in the world, and you get an organization that's there to meet you and look after you. Mr. Guy Woolry from Kwesi. Guy, just say a couple of minutes about Mr. Guy Woolry.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Now, yes, Kwesi. And these days, by some mysterious means, I find myself in the land of Kwesi, in Ghana. And if we're Jamaican people, when you go to Ghana, go to Elmina. Obviously, we'll visit the coast and look at those dungeons. The one that we should go to is the one they call Elmina. Next door is the one they call Cape Coast. Elmina is the one where our ancestors came from. In Ghana, you'll see and know a lot of connection between us and Ghanaians. So don't be surprised when you see ackee trees everywhere, but be surprised that they don't eat the ackee. They don't understand it. So you have to ask the question, if it's in Jamaica and we eat it, why is it native to Ghana but they don't eat it? So one of the questions is that our ancestors came, but the farmers, the technical people, the people of skill and knowledge, building and so forth, also left Africa and came here. And they are screaming for us to come home. They are screaming for us to come home because we have certain powers or energies. The Bible says we would go back with riches. And I don't mean financial riches, but riches of spirit, of power and energy. And they love us Jamaicans in particular. So what you see is made in Ghana. They love everything Jamaican, especially our language. They love the patois. I wish I could speak it and I would teach them. And also they love Marcus Garvey. Thanks very much.
And Mr. Jules, give them a big hand. Sound the drums. Mr. Michael Phillips. Miss Delia Walker Huntington. And I know Mr. Julian Robinson is here, but I don't see him. Yeah, Mr. Julian Robinson. I now hand over. I was just filling in while the was away. That's right. Her name is Beverly Johnson.
Oh, Sarah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, and Ambassador Alum Asamba. Yes.
Thank you, Ben. Good evening, everyone. I am Beverly Johnson, and I'm given the task this afternoon to do this next segment of this auspicious tour by the leader of opposition for the parties of Jamaica, the People's National Party. It is not a political tour. It is one which they are here to seek information as to the needs of us. That should not exclude yourselves, because what is vitally important is that we do hear from all aspects of our communities in order for us to be able to inform them adequately as to our needs. So this next segment of the program will. But other than that, sit back, relax, and be comfortable. Talk to the person next to you. We have a tendency to sit with the people we know, But try and meet somebody new and have a conversation. And on behalf of the UK diaspora members, we wish to welcome you, our delegates, here with us today. And we thank you for taking the time. I know you had a wonderful time yesterday in London. You learned a lot. And I'm hoping that what we've exchanged so far and what you'll hear later on will also give you a lot to take back. So welcome to Birmingham, the city that is best in the United Kingdom. So we're going to be having this cultural exchange, and I am not going to be calling persons after. So I'm just going to say this now. Next on the program, we will have Yvonne Love, who will be singing the national anthem. And of course, we are going to do this by standing appropriately and be ready to have the national anthem. And right after that, we will have Dave Wilkes, Divine Poet will follow, and then we will continue thereafter. So after the anthem, then Dave. Thank you.
Ours to our leaders, great defender, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth, be ours forever, Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us wisdom lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever, Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love.
Welcome to Birmingham, and I hope that your stay will be blessed
and your forward journey will be blessed also. I've just been asked to come a little bit close to the camera. So I've got 3 unique pieces that I would like to share with you, if that's okay. And the first one I wrote was titled Dreams. And I know yourself and Jamaica have got some very powerful dreams. I'd just like to share this with you right now. A dream will never come true if you don't start with a dream idea. A dream will never come true if you're not prepared to take your life up an extra gear. Stretch. Go on, stretch a little more. The type of stretch like you're tiptoeing on your bedroom floor. At least once a day, imagine yourself living your dream and taking your positive self-belief somewhere very unique where it's never been. Dreams. Thank you. I would like to bless you with dreams, which I've signed. Share with you is one called Comfort Zone. And I'm not quite sure if anybody's in a comfort zone right now, but if you are, today is the day where I'd like you to please come out of your comfort zone. To understand whether you're at work or at home, as of today, please come out of your comfort. But the end result's going to feel lovely, like when Tarzan rescued Jane. You see, I've done it each day, not doing the norm. I wish I'd have done it from the first day I was born. You see, coming out of your comfort zone, now you're not wrapped up in cotton wool. It now releases this unique energy for you to now live your life to the full. Thank you. So as I close, I've wrote a very unique piece just for today. I wrote this piece around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. And that's the gift that God's blessed me with. So I'd like to share it with you all right now. I've titled it, Unity is Forever Strength. October the 8th for Birmingham is a very special day, as we are blessed with having Mark Golding, President of the People's National Party, along with his senior members of the party. Welcome to you all is where I would like to start. Here at the Legacy Center of Excellence flows, and we give thanks for life. And as time goes on, I feel every little thing's gonna be all right. The aim of the tour is to praise Jamaicans' steadfast loyalty. The Jamaican diaspora community is an integral part of the beautiful country of Jamaica. Jamaica are global, near and far. The PNP believes Jamaicans overseas are a vital part of the country's development and will continue to engage with members of the diaspora for meaningful and constructive discussions about the country's future. As the world needs to understand the power of Jamaican culture, in the past, currently, or any time in the future, anyone connected in any way to this tour, may God bless you wherever you're going. And this was written by me, Dave Wilkes of Just Divine Poems. I would like to bless you with this. Okay? And God bless you all. All right, then you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks, Dave, and thank you, Yvonne, and thank you all, and thank you all for appreciating this wonderful anthem that we have. It is indeed a prayer. And every time I hear that anthem sing, I'm like, wow, Jamaica, Jamaica, Jamaica. I take this opportunity to formally introduce you to the delegation. I know we called the names earlier, but I'm not sure you're able to identify each person by their names. So, firstly, I'd like to formally present to you the Leader of the Opposition and President of the... I'd also like to introduce to you Julian Robinson, MP, Southeast St. Andrew, and the Opposition Spokesperson on Finance. Say that again? Chancellor in waiting. Thank you. That's a good one. We also have with us Dahlia Walker Huntington, co-chairperson, PMP International and Diaspora Affair Commission. And of course, no stranger to any of us. What we call her? Auntie Alun? Is that a good name? Can we get her that title today? Welcome. Welcome, former commissioner, former high commissioner to us right here in the United Kingdom. And I must say to you, leader, she did a fantastic job, you know. She was, let me tell you something. She was there with the people, for every moment with the people. Thank you, Alun, and we love to see you and glad that you look so good still. You see what yam and banana can do? And the sun. Thank you so, so very much. Yes, I just thought I'd do a formal welcome. We do have other persons who are here with the delegation. We just want to acknowledge you too. But I want to make sure that the delegation recognizes that we as a people of the diaspora are from all walks of Jamaica. As I said, I was conceived in Kingston, born in Manchester. That's how it went? Back in those days? Yeah, that's how it went. So I'm a Kingstonian Manchesterian. Good. Anybody here from Kingston? Any Kingstonian? Put your hand up. Good. Yes. Yes. Born Kingston. St. Andrew deliberately, because some people don't understand where the St. Andrew mark is. But let me tell you now. Right at Torrington Bridge is where Kingston stop. Anything from Torrington Bridge I go up, so at St. Andrew. So all of you don't know that, but I'm telling you. Anybody from St. Thomas? Woo! Watch them in the house. Anybody from Portland? One person from Portland with all that beautiful water. Uncle, you one? Oh my God, welcome, welcome. St. Mary? Anyone from St. Oh, nice. St. Pierre, a good parish. Good parish. I come in, me done say St. Thomas already. Yes. We're not going to go there. We're not going to finish if we go there, you know. Good. Anyone from St. Anne? Yes. Anybody come from Alun Parish? There you have St. Anne, St. Anne, St. Anne. Okay, we're going down the road. What is the next parish? Let me see on the map. Clarendon, go my girl. Anybody from Clarendon? Yes. Watch the Clarendonians. Anybody from St. Catherine? Woo! Minister Golding, one thing you have to know, when we were coming back to England, we came in droves from parishes. So the West Midlands is Clear Clarendon, St. Catherine people are Hanover. May I tell you the truth? And then you get the dwindling St. Thomas people who are short over there. So. You have loads of St. Thomas. Okay, so we went to Clarendon. Anybody from Manchester? Woo! Me that. St. Oh my word. One dege one. Anyone from Trelawney? You think me did forget you, don't? I never forget you. Last but not least, anybody from St. James? See there. And there's another parish. Anybody from Port Royal? Oh, no, man knows a Port Royal one parish. If I go into government tomorrow, Port Royal become a parish. Remember me tell you. Thank you all so very much. I said Trelawney, man. I said Trelawney. You're from Clarendon, but I did say Trelawney. I did say Trelawney. One of my best friends is from Trelawney. Who is that? Trelawney? You know my best friend? Dr. Patrick Harris. For my best friend that. Okay. Good, we're good, we're good. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. It's what we're having, an evening of conversations. And at this time, we're going to have Mikhail Phillips to be called upon to introduce our leader, Mark Golding. Welcome, sir.
Afternoon, Birmingham. Good afternoon, Birmingham. All right, man. Well, I'm here. Well, let me just start off by saying it is a pleasure to be here. To Jamaica tomorrow, so I tell Jamaica hello from Birmingham, especially Manchester. All right. Well, I have the pleasure of introducing the leader of the opposition, president of the People's National Party, and we refer to him as Comrade Golding. Experimental School, Mona Rehab. Julian and I are products of Hope Valley Experimental Primary School. He is a father of 2 daughters and a son, the husband of Sandra. He started out as a senator in 2007. In 2017, he became member of parliament. Yes. Yeah, fly. You're up about 40 years now, don't it? Yeah, we see you in orange. Yeah, man. But prior to becoming member of parliament, he was Minister of Justice in the Portia Simpson Miller administration. He is one of the main architects as Minister of Justice of Jamaica's recovery with the economy. Under his watch, we have seen more legislation pass through Parliament than we have ever seen in the history of the country. Over 120 odd legislation, which assisted the Prime Minister and then Minister of Finance in helping to bring legislation to the Parliament. He is partner at the law firm Hart, Muirhead and Fatter, founding partner of the investment banking outfit of DB&G, which was then sold to Scotiabank, and is also a founding partner of Proven Investment. It was the same time as my birthday too, so I shouldn't forget it. But he became president of the People's National Party and leader of the parliamentary opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, he's not only our president, but he's our friend in the party. And I think that Mark has brought a different view to the politics. I did always say the brightest politician I know is my father, Peter Phillips. Yeah. No, but I can say that Mark is a very bright individual. He's one that is he reads a lot. But he brings a different perspective to the politics. And it is a perspective that Jamaica needs right now. I want you to help me to welcome Mark Jefferson Golding, the president of the People's National Party and leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Mikhail, my friend, comrade, for that introduction. Julian, Delia, Alun, Mikhail, all of the crew who have been moving around from PNP UK, who have been with us on this journey, who have been moving around from PNP UK, who have been with us on this journey. And most of all of the good Jamaican citizens and residents of Birmingham who've come out to this occasion to share with us, listen, and share with us your views, your thoughts, your concerns. Nottingham, big up Nottingham, in the house, how you mean? Anywhere else? Yeah, man. Eh? Wolverhampton. All right, big up Wolverhampton. Wolves, how you mean? For that period of time, we aren't fully independent yet because our head of state is not a Jamaican. Our final court is not in Jamaica. And we want to complete the circle of independence. And this is a time when, fortunately, I think both political parties are aligned around at least one of those two things, which is for Jamaica to become a republic with our own Jamaican head of state. That is no disrespect to the British monarchy. That is just an affirmation that we are a nation, we are a proud people, and we must have one of our own as our head of state. I mean, how can you be a mature democracy and you don't accept that? But you know, we're gathering at a time when in our country, although we've achieved many things since independence, you know, we have a political system which has solved the problem of political violence. You know, that's a major achievement. We shouldn't take it for granted. There was a time in Jamaica when elections were, you know, times when there was a lot of violence and many people died, especially in 1980. And by coming together, we solved that problem. And we established an independent electoral authority called the Electoral Commission now. And we have a system in which the population as a whole has faith and confidence, and which is well regarded around the world. We're ranked as one of the highest countries for freedom of speech in the world. I think we're number 6, and we have been for many years. So we have a free press and freedom of expression. And so that is a big achievement as well. And we've never had a coup, we've never had a change of government other than by the ballot box. So we have shown our capacity, and most sadly, in the violent crime that is all too prevalent in our country. So I've come to the politics relatively late in my life. Up until I was in my mid-40s, I was not in politics at all. I was a corporate lawyer, and as has been said, I was involved in 2 businesses in succession. One started in 1992, and we sold it in 2006, and that was a very successful venture, and that gave me some financial security. And I thought to myself, you know, as a person born and grown in Jamaica, but from a family which is committed to service, I must give back to my country now, because I've been blessed by my country. And you know, thank you. My father came from England 1953, I think, came to Jamaica as Jamaica's first orthopedic surgeon. He was up at the university, held a post in tropical orthopedics. There was a terrible polio epidemic in the 1950s, and in the war, he had been in Egypt and had seen polio and understood how to deal with it. And the government of the day, I think it was Bustamante, asked him to take charge of the polio epidemic response. And he did so and established a polio center for the polio victims, for their rehabilitation and the upliftment of persons with disabilities in a holistic way. Was very much his life's work. So I grew up in a household of caring for people. My mother was a public servant as well. She was one of the first 3 women to join the civil service in Jamaica, other than left that and went to work at the rehab center with him and helped that to build that institution. So I come out of a family of service. I grew up on the university campus, born at UC, University Hospital, and you know, I've always had the opportunity to flex, not just, you know, in our stratified society in Jamaica. Although I was relatively well off, I've always moved with all people. And up at UWI, you know, we were surrounded by communities like Augustown, Hermitage, and Papine, Ellison Flats, Tavern, Kintyre, etc. So we used to play ball with the man them, and the other things which I won't tell you about with the man them. And yeah, so anyway, so I come out of, I would say, a background where, you know, philanthropy is part of the culture of my family, but also moving amongst the people and accepting everybody as equal to me and worthy of respect and caring for the less fortunate. That is part of who I am. So as I was saying, I've come to the politics relatively late. In 2007, when the PNP lost the election, Portia Simpson Miller, who was a party leader at the time, asked me to become a senator, one of the 8 opposition senators. And we had become a senator, one of the 8 opposition senators. And we had just sold the business I was telling you about, and I thought this was an opportunity to serve. I was a lawyer, I was interested in legislation, and I thought I could play a useful role in the Senate. And after that, well, one thing led to another. And before I knew it, I was the treasurer of the party, and then a spokesperson in the shadow cabinet. And in 2011, we won the general election, and I was asked to be minister. Mikhail's dad was finance minister, and he did a wonderful job negotiating with the IMF because the previous government had really abandoned the program that they had negotiated. And Jamaica's name wasn't very good because of that. So it took us a year to build back the kind of respect and acknowledgement that would allow the IMF to trust us again with another program. And his dad was very much responsible for that. And Sister P, the Prime Minister, you know, it was a tough program. We had to run big budget surpluses to pay down the debt. So we couldn't spend the money that we wanted to spend on social programs. And, you know, if it wasn't for Sister P and the love that the people have for her, maybe it would have been a time of social unrest or even, you know, other forms of protest against hard living conditions. But we never had any of that. People trusted Sister P to deliver the bitter medicine with care and love. And we were able to bring that debt to GDP ratio down from 147% to 115 in just 4 years, and completely transform the Jamaican economy. Fix the tax system so that the country could generate revenues to further pay down debt, but also to invest in social investments that are needed for the upliftment of the people. And we lost the election in 2016 by 1 seat, but we didn't contest that. We accepted the result, and the JLP has been in power since then. Happily, they have continued the basic economic program that we designed, and that has continued to mean that the debt has fallen further. And although we're not fully out of the woods yet, we're on a clear trajectory towards sustainability there. So that is no longer the big issue that it used to be. The country has good international reserves that our people remain, I think, in a system that doesn't allow them to achieve their full potential. So the basic needs of the population for human capital development, which are education and a social system that supports vulnerable people and allows them to emerge from their vulnerabilities and become the best that they can be, is lacking in our country. So when you look at it in the primary school system, we have a situation where a high percentage, a far too high percentage, 30 to 50%, depending on which metric you use, of our primary school students leave primary school, complete primary school, unable to read and write, unable to do basic arithmetic, and to think critically. And they go into secondary school, and they can't manage the curriculum, because they don't have the basics, and they end up finishing 10 or 12 years of education, and they don't have anything to show for it. And they go into the community where they live, and the prospects are dim. And the temptations of the badness culture, the gun culture, are hard to resist. And that is why we have so many young people going in that direction, and we haven't been able to stem that and impose harsh laws and harsh militaristic policing methods on the situation. Unfortunately, it has not worked. The murder rate continues to worsen, and indeed the crimes become more depraved. In September, we had, I think, over 10 multiple murders. If we make the necessary investments in early childhood development, in family life, in nutrition, parenting, and leveling up the standards in the primary school system, so that instead of having that high percentage that are underachieving, we have every child who has the ability, and obviously most do, learning to read and write, add and subtract, do basic arithmetic, and think critically, so that when they enter secondary school, they can cope with the curriculum. We will turn our national fortunes around, because they will have the basics that will enable them to get something out of the education system, and they will be able to go into college, university, vocational training, or whatever it may be, and be ready for the type of economy that is emerging in this 21st century, which is a knowledge-based economy, a digital economy, an economy that relies on technical skills and critical thinking. So, as far as I'm concerned, the role and function and responsibility of us as leaders in this time is to fix that problem once and for all. And it will help to reduce the inequality in our society. It will help us to transition to a wealthy economy, because we will have invested in our people at the most fundamental level. And that is, to me, the priority of the next PNP government. In addition to that sector, but as the pandemic showed, the net retention of foreign exchange in the country from agriculture is relatively weak, because we lost our tourism industry in the pandemic. No tourism was going on. Flights weren't coming in and out of the country. In terms of linkages with the local economy, value added. And we need to develop other parts of the economy that can give us more resilience and more balance and make us less vulnerable to shocks. And agriculture is critical because, for one, we have a competitive advantage in several crops where we produce some of the best quality in the world, whether it be ginger, coffee, Sea Island cotton, ganja for medicinal cannabis, and many other things. Jamaica's brand is strong, but we have not put in place a robust agricultural policy. We've treated agriculture too much as a kind of poor cousin and haven't focused on its development. And I think it's a fundamental thing that we need to fix, strengthen the rural economy, support our farmers, support them with better farm roads, storage facilities, a mechanism to buy their, especially for small farmers, to ensure them a market at a reasonable price so that they can produce, and generally encourage relationships between smaller farmers and larger farms for the transfer of technology and so on. And as we can move agricultural production and the technology and skills in agriculture up, we can, instead of importing over $1 billion US of food a year, we can reduce that import bill. The UK and Canada and the US, which we already do, but we can do it in greater volumes and turn our fortunes around. So that is another area which I believe is fundamental to the future of our country. And the last area which I want to mention in terms of focus for me is to do with our national program to address their needs, to give them a second chance in life, invest in our youth, remedial education, vocational and skills training, life skills training, mentorship, preparation for the world of work, and job placements. Give those young people the chance to be good Jamaican citizens. They're talented, but they just have not had the benefit of a system that supports them. Many of them come from weak family structures and live in communities with a lot of social problems. And the system hasn't helped them to emerge from that. And we have to give them a second chance. And we're giving ourselves a second chance too, because it is those same young people who are the purveyors of the crime and violence that we have. So my message to you is 60 years have gone, and where we find ourselves now is we basically have an economic system which is sound in the fundamentals, but we have a social system which is very weak and which is holding back Jamaica achieving its great potential. Jamaican people are extremely talented. We are highly regarded and rated across the world for our music, our prowess in sports, the food, the culinary skills that we have, the language that we produce, because the Jamaican language is itself an asset which is not sufficiently appreciated in our own land, and we don't recognize it as a language. And in fact, that is another problem in the education system too, because the education system in Jamaica is based on a false assumption. And the false assumption is that English is the first language of every Jamaican child. No go so. Yeah, no go so. I am a member of parliament. I have the honor of being a member of parliament for South St. Andrew. That is and so they are taught in a way that doesn't help them to progress. If they were taught on the basis that they need to learn English, I believe every Jamaican child must be fluent in English. That's an asset for them. But you can't get them there by pretending that English is their first language. Recognize that their first language is our language. Have pride in our language. We produce that language. That language came out of our history and our experience. But there's this class elitism going on in Jamaica where many of our people frown upon it and call it patois or whatever they want to call it, and don't treat it as something of worth. I'm not saying that we should only speak it. I'm saying that we must recognize it is there, it is a legitimate language, and we must adjust our approach to teaching and education to take that into account so we get the best possible outcomes. And that is best practice across the world. Every country recognizes that the home language of that country must be essential in the basic building blocks of education until you achieve fluency in other languages and so on. So I just mentioned that because I heard somebody call it out from the crowd, and it's an issue I feel very strongly about because it's a real problem, the failure to acknowledge it and the way our education system fails to deal with it appropriately. So solving it and the way our education system fails to deal with it appropriately. So solve, our party has a proud legacy of achievement in that area. The great Michael Manley in the 1970s came into office in 1972. We had been independent for 10 years. Our economy had been growing since the mid-50s because of the bauxite and alumina industry that had emerged. But university education, no bastard, no there again, everyone lawful, equal pay for women, maternity leave, two is better than too many, exactly. And workers' rights of workers to have their disputes adjudicated in an industrial tribunal, and the right to redundancy pay or leave pay, and so on. That is when Jamaica was transformed into a greater level of real independence. So that is our tradition, and I want to build on that to take us to the next level of human capital development, which will, I think, allow us to become the great nation that we have every right to be and conquer some of the real fundamental problems that are holding us back. And I would just say to you all, join us on the journey, and hold us to account in our performance of those tasks. It won't be easy, but it has to be done. Thank you very much.
Has to be done. Well said, well said. It must be done. It must be done. Thank you, Comrade Leader Mark Golding. It makes sense, don't? Because you know what I like about his speech just now? Makes sense, don't? Because you know what I like about his speech just now? He accepted the fact that things not great. And we see that. But what he's saying is, having seen the weaknesses, we need a party that is going to make changes. We're now at the Q&A session, and so the floor is open to everyone, but I'd like to pose the first question to Comrade Leader Golden and any member of the delegation who wishes to take the question. Party that should be standing firmly for the people. Many have said that the People's National Party has gone silent. Would you agree with this statement? And how would you be willing to move forward so that we in the diaspora can feel that there is a voice through the opposition for the people?
Thank you, Beverly. I accept that we could be more forceful. I think that what has happened within our party, somewhat like the Labour Party in the UK, is that we have gone through a period of internal focus because we had some unity issues arising out of presidential contests going back for over a decade. And we had to resolve those issues because the Jamaican people wouldn't accept us if we were not a team. They want a team. They don't want a divided party. And so a lot of effort has been to build back the relationships within the party, build back trust among ourselves, and build that teamwork. And because of that focus, we perhaps haven't been sufficiently assertive in taking on the government. We'd also suffered a major loss in 2020. And, you know, we needed, which was well thought out, and which we could all rally behind. So one of the things I did was I appointed a Vision and Policy and Vision Commission headed by Professor Tony Bogues, who had been a personal assistant to Michael Manley in the 80s into the 90s and has been a professor at Brown University in the States and Ivy League in the world from east-west around the Cold War to the rise of Asia, China, India, and the changing realities in which we live. So we know that was presented to our annual conference in September and endorsed, and we now have a clear restatement of what we stand for, which differentiates ourselves from the other side in the political contest. And from that now, we're developing our policy platform that we can take to the people and give them a message of hope, because many people feel that the government has lost its way, and there are issues, apart from crime and violence, there are a whole host of issues, the cost of living crisis, where people are suffering because of it. And this is not unique to Jamaica by any means, but the government's response to it, we feel, has been wholly inadequate. And people need the hope that a change is possible and positive transformation is possible. And we're developing a policy platform which we feel responds to the real issues facing our people and provides a way forward to address the concerns and challenges that they face. So I would say to you that it's not an easy environment for us. The media is not very friendly to us. The media is largely owned by the wealthy people in the society. And while we're a class alliance and our focus is always on the masses. It's harder for us to get our message out. Our spokespersons are quite active and issue press releases, and we have press conferences, we speak out in Parliament, and so on, but our message isn't always carried. We've been trying to build a stronger presence in social media, and the speech I gave was not an internally focused speech. It was really giving a commitment to a number of policy ideas that we've been developing, and which I think was well received by the people. So I think the future is bright for us, and we're not there yet. There's still a big gap, and we could be doing more. I acknowledge that and accept that. But as the team gets stronger, I think you'll see our performance improve. And that's why I'm so happy to have my colleagues with me on this tour, you know, showing the teamwork and building back the love. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Well said. Just raise your hands should you have a question. I'll come to you.
Welcome, Comrade Golden, to Birmingham. My question is going to be probably sound a little bit downbeat. I consider Jamaica as one problem, just one: crime and violence. You fix that, you fix everything else. And the reality is that you have a higher chance of being robbed and murdered in Jamaica than you have in Yemen, Afghanistan, Central African Republic, name the poorest African country that's driving it, our lack of opportunity. There's something else. And I believe that impunity is the issue, because somebody look at it and say, okay, what are my chances of getting away with this? So I've done, back of the envelope calculation and how many man-hours it takes to, from crime scene to disposal of a crime in the court, and realize, we just don't have the resource, right? And it's going to be a brave politician who's going to tell Jamaican people that in order to money on the police, the prosecutors, the courts, the prisons, and probably cut something else, or we go for martial law, emergency rule. So my question is, if you would think I'm wrong, can you point to a real-world example where business as usual has fixed and turned around a country that is in the position that we are in?
Yeah, it cannot be business as usual. And I broadly accept your thesis. I do, because I do believe that crime and violence is the #1 problem. I wouldn't say it's our only problem, but it's by far our most substantial problem. And I also think that there's no one solution to it. It's a multifaceted thing. But as I said, I do believe for the long-term sustainable downward trend in that, we need to fix the social issues that create that problem. Having said that, I think the strategy of the government in dealing with national security has been flawed. What they have done is they have essentially tried to use military tactics to address the issue, and they have not had any success with that. The police force has not grown in number. The number of police officers, which is around 12,000, is about 4,000 less than is authorized by law. In a country which has one of the highest murder rates in the world, and where crime and violence has been shown to be depressing our economic performance by about 4% of GDP a year. That means additional cost to business, additional cost to the society from the hospitalizations and everything else that goes with crime and violence. What they've done is they've invested heavily in the army. They've expanded the army, and they've bought planes and ships and so on, but commit violent crime. We need to increase the police force. We have to make it more attractive to be a police officer, and we have to make sure that the laws of the land give the law enforcement the best possible chance of success in tackling the issue. I don't believe that the solution to that is net fishing, where you scrape up a whole host of youth. You don't have any evidence or even intelligence against most of them. You have them detained for months on end. Some of them lose their job. Some of them get criminalized in detention by being amongst other bad men. I believe you need to have a more spearfishing approach. The communities and the police know who the violence producers are now, but they have not been effective in taking them off the road, charging them, successfully prosecuting them, and making them serve appropriate sentences for their crimes. So that needs to be the focus. When we were last in government, at a time when we were facing that huge debt problem, we didn't have the resources, the fiscal space to spend nearly as much as now being spent on national security. But we got much better outcomes. We reduced the murder rate by 25% per annualized in the 4 years. We reduced police fatal shootings by half, cut that in half, without any state of emergency tactics. We didn't use half. Without any state of emergency tactics, we didn't use curfews. It was just better management of the national security portfolio. And that is what we will bring back. But I do feel we're going to have to ensure that the police are better resourced, because ultimately, if you're going to deal with crime, you need a police force that is motivated, but you also have to clean it up. And that requires leadership and good management, because right now, the police force...
So based on your responses this morning to our policy proposals, I get a sense that three of them have been accepted in principle. What can we expect as next steps in terms of bringing forward, putting forward? Is it going to be forming part of your manifesto, or are you going to present it in Parliament at this point? What is the thinking around that?
Thank you for that. And follow-up is critical, because often you have a good discussion and then you leave the room, other things come up, and it becomes just an interesting discussion that has no ongoing effect, and none of us want that. What we have discussed is incorporating all our ideas around engagement with that, involving the diaspora, into a policy document, which we would publish as our basic diaspora policy. And that would be built into our manifesto when the next election comes up. And we would include the things that we agreed, the idea of a special agency to represent the diaspora interests, which would be a whole of government, would have access to whole of government input. We talked about ensuring that persons exporting to Jamaica have to provide identity information so that if the shipment is found with contraband or guns, somebody can be held accountable. We agreed with that. Can experience the Jamaican life, especially those who were not born in Jamaica but maybe have parents or grandparents who are Jamaican born, and who would find that an enriching experience in terms of reaffirming their identity, giving them a sense of their history.
It's a resurrection of Marcus Garvey philosophy here in the UK. And it's become very important to us, or certainly to myself. What I watched last month was the African Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum in Barbados. Really, really interesting that so much was said about wanting to link up with our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. And of course, as we know, Jamaica seems to carry a big responsibility in Africa. Everybody wants to hear from Jamaica. What is it we're going to do in order to remove some of the issues that you mentioned when you were talking about language and being ashamed of patois, and linking ourselves with what is our heritage, our African heritage, through trade and investment? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I don't want to give you an answer which is unrealistic. We need to find a way that we can strengthen the economic exchange between Africa and the Caribbean. And that means finding a way of having transportation opportunities that you don't have to fly through London to get from Lagos to Kingston, or through New York or wherever it may be. And we need to have ongoing efforts to build trade relationships. It's already started. Ghanaian delegation who came to Jamaica to look at our lottery technology. They were the regulator of lotteries in Ghana, and they came to look at the technology that we use in Jamaica, and they paid me a courtesy visit. So it has started, but so these are some major structural issues. Happily, within CARICOM, this year, there has been a renewed focus on dealing with that. And Mia Motley, I think, chairs a committee trying to find ways to solve that problem of regional transportation for goods and people. And the conference you mentioned, which was the first of its kind in Barbados, with Africa and the Caribbean governments and business interests present, I think that needs to be maintained. And it won't happen overnight, but if there's a concerted effort and consistent application of our thinking and will, we will over time strengthen those links. I think Marcus Garvey, his philosophy and teachings need to be brought into the curriculum of the schools in Jamaica. Every year we have a reading day. We have a reading day every year. What do you call it? The reading day. All right. I was sure. Read across Jamaica. Read across Jamaica. And I was in my constituency in a primary school, St. Simon Basic School rather, and then in Franklin Town, where I was invited to read. And I got some books that were children's books about Marcus Garvey's teachings, which a friend of mine who is part of a group trying to promote this made those books available. One, I think civics, or whatever you want to call it, you know, law and society, or whatever you want to call it, that should be, citizenship should be part of the curriculum, so that our children understand the system, the basic elements of how the system is leaching and all of that, you know, which is sad. So people like me who grew up in the 70s that listening to Peter Tosh and Bob Marley and Burning Spear and, you know, a more rutical, article philosophy. When I see how the youth them are moving now, it's like it's hard to relate to it still. We have to get back to self-belief in who we are. And Marcus Garvey is the one who can inspire us in that direction. So, you know, I believe in that. And it won't be an easy road, because we're starting from a system that was set up for everything to go north, you know? Trade went north, and the money went north, and the goods came south. And we need to go east-west. So we have to build those structures. But happily, I think there's a commitment in Africa to do that, and we need to do our part too. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to take your question, Soka, the question there, and your question, and then that. Yeah, just 1, 2, 3, 4, that's it. Quickly.
I'll be real quick. Hello. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us. That's great. I was born here, and I would... Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Straight to the question. Okay, straight to the question. Okay, so for me to retire into Jamaica, I would need clean energy, and I would need justice. So I want to understand what are you going to be able to do about solar panels? We're using the sun is there. Why don't people have solar panels on their houses? Why don't you have clean energy? It could be the new industrial revolution.
Son said, buy a hedge contract so that if the oil price goes up, you won't have to pay the higher price, because it's like insurance against a spike in the price. And we were convinced that this was a good idea to protect the people. And we put a tax on fuel to pay for that insurance. Anyway, when the government changed, the new government said they didn't believe that. So they stopped buying the insurance, but they kept the tax. And what I would like to do with that tax is use that tax to help our citizens regularize their electricity supply. Because right now in Jamaica, in many low-income communities, people thief light. And it is not a good thing, because it criminalizes ordinary people. But they can't afford to regularize the situation because they have to rewire their homes, they have to pay an electrician to come and do that, they have to pay an electrical inspector to certify it, and before JPS will accept them as a customer. And I believe that we should use those funds to do that rewiring, but also install solar panels across all those communities so they can have a more manageable light bill that they'll be able to afford, and we can have a more sustainable clean energy solution. So this is something that we have been discussing. Philip Paulwell, who is our energy spokesperson, he was the first person to come up with that idea, and I think it's a solid way of achieving many different positives from one policy.
My question to you, sir, is, although I'm not a Jamaican, I'm from Trinidad, eh? Yeah? But I listened to the speech, your keynote speech, and I thought I was very impressed with that speech. And it seemed to me that there's a government in waiting there, according to see Jamaica succeed as every Jamaican would want to. But the question I want to ask is this. Now, that speech, as I said, is a fantastic speech, and all the ingredients there is there to in my opinion, to take over government. What I want to know, I'd like to know is this. You see, like Jamaica's constitution is based on a governmental system similar to that of Britain, a bicameral government, right? Okay, and like in this country here, for example, it's very much a British system, isn't it? In this country, where you have the opposition party, who is called His or Her Majesty's government, and they are funded by the government. In the Caribbean or in Jamaica, like with all these fantastic plans that you've got for Jamaica, are you funded as an opposition party, as the opposition parties in this country are funded to do their opposition?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I can answer that very easily. Only in a very limited way. I can tell you the funding that we get. I believe, for example, that in the UK, the opposition party gets £5 million a year to help run their operations as an opposition. To help run their operations as an opposition. We don't get nothing like that. The leader of the opposition gets an office and gets a small staff, 3 staff members, to support that. And that's paid by Parliament. Other than that, every member of Parliament, whether opposition or government side, gets an allocation to run a constituency office of about a little over £1,000. I see Jamaica as a people with a common culture and heritage, and we are a family, and we have to work together to solve our problems. And so much of our talent resides outside of Jamaica with goodwill who want to help Jamaica move forward. So, we have to engage. This is why we're making this effort to be here still. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I know that this would have been one of these sessions that would not stop, but I'm being timed out. But thank you, Comrade Leader Golding. Thank you so much for your honest answers. Thank you for your admissions, and thank you for the concept of what will come, given the opportunity to lead the people at the next election. We thank you all. Thank you so very much. Now, one of the things Comrade Golding said earlier, which I like personally, is the need for a robust agricultural policy. How many members here have lands in Jamaica? Put up your hands. Put up your hands. If you're not doing anything with the land, put your hands up. Because I'm trying to tell him that we can have a partnership where we start plant yam and banana and export it. See what I mean? Just take the numbers. You see what I'm telling you? The diaspora has a lot of lands not being used. We're coming to all of you. Make some money. Thank you so very much. Next, we'll have the children from the King Solomon's.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sofiat. My name is Afruika. And we are students who attend King Solomon International Business School, a Christian school founded by a Jamaican, Dr. Sharon Byfield.
We're reciting a poem entitled I Am an Entrepreneur, written by the both of us and was actually published in Dr. Sharon Byfield's book entitled Compelling, A Fight for a Faith School. I am an entrepreneur. I'm willing to take risks and do whatever it takes to succeed. I am an entrepreneur. I conquer the market and I'm the lion of the concrete jungle.
I am an entrepreneur. Any competition that comes my way sparks nothing but determination. I am an entrepreneur. Dreaming big, passion gleaming, creating, innovating, and non-stop believing.
I am an entrepreneur. Making bold moves, but always playing fair. I'm a master of the market, always ready and prepared. I am an entrepreneur. I fill gaps with products and services that the modern market needs.
Pushing future entrepreneurs into doing what they love, and most importantly, succeed. I am an entrepreneur. Wait, what is it again? I am an entrepreneur, primed for any obstacle that comes my way. I overcome them with skill, precision, and logic. Because that's what we do as the entrepreneurs of today.
Yeah! Our future looks bright. Woo! Minister Golding. Please, 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 sir, engage the youth. Engage the youth. Our future looks bright. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They can't take the rhythm from us, you know, no matter what they do. The rhythm. Ooh, moving. Tiny sax. Is Tiny here? Yes. Oh! Let's go. Welcome. How am I going to connect that? How am I going to connect that? And right after that, we'll have the awards presentation, where we'll be recognizing members of the community who have dedicated their time to serve in the community over the years. And this will be done by our own Julian Robinson, right after Tiny Sax.
Do just one.
She just wants a sound check first. Sound check. Not yet. We've started again. Oh God, that's bright. Thank you. Coming home.
Thank you, Tiny Sacks. We're going to ask you to the last one at the end after the vote of thanks, if you don't mind. The next presentation after the vote of thanks, we're going to ask you to play. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Give her a round of applause. Yeah. Now to Julian.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are recognizing and acknowledging this through self-help activities. At present, she is officially a part-time staff member at the office of the Jamaican Consulate in Birmingham, but her working hours regularly exceed part-time hours. She responds to emergency requirements for documents to enable travel, authentication of status, and citizenship rights. She's a tireless worker and a female women's rights campaigner who is richly deserving of this award. Can you help me to welcome and acknowledge Miss Monica Coke?
Yes.
Where is Monica? I saw her earlier on. Please ensure that she hasn't left yet. I'm going to read the second citation. His tentative foray into the career of a community worker began in the mid-1990s. First as a volunteer with a funded community organization, then as a full-time staff with another. The longevity of Black-led community organizations was overwhelmingly short-lived, but there were exceptions. And it was while working with the United Evangelical Alliance that he was given the exposure to community work, dealing with the resettlement needs of Black ex-offenders leaving prison. Working with Prison Link, a project of the UEP, also gave him an opportunity to develop leadership skills, interactive experience with statutory authorities, and an awareness of the connection between imprisonment and Black lives lived in a socially disconnected world. His work surpasses the typical 95 hours to one of constant availability and responses to appeal for help with transportation, housing, and household repairs, training, and advocacy. He is richly deserving of this acknowledgement from his community as a rescuer of those in need of a standby training center in the late 1990s. He ran training at 3 venues: Weston Road in Lozells, where teacher training was delivered; Carpenters Road in Lozells, where he created the Kit Car Project and involved the British Army; Wilson Road in Handsworth, where a variety of training and education took place; and finally Western Road next to City Hospital, where the Kit Car Project was refined and became the flagship project where young mechanics were trained. He handed that project to Platinum Training, where he retired over 10 years ago, and that work still continues today. Most of the employees and students from his projects were new arrivals from Jamaica. He took a holistic approach in not only helping them with work and training, but also resettlement and housing. It is estimated that through the Project and Training Center, he has touched the lives of over 1,000 new arrivals from Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, the miserable. You want to tell me it's who? You want to tell me it's who? Mr. Bentley Cunningham. Could I invite Rick, Ben? Has Monica left already? Please, please, come up here.
Julie, can you
come here, or she left.
Can someone take the awards from
Who would
Monica?
receive it on behalf of Monica?
Is that Monica?
Come, Monica, come, Monica, come, Monica.
Okay, we're going to...
Come, Monica. You want me to reread it again? I'm positive it was for you. Smile, Monica, smile. All right, let's hear it for Monica. Monica Cook. Rick. I want, Monica, don't go too far because we want a picture with all three awardees. All right, Rick. I know the miserable one. Rick, I want a picture with. You take money. Turn around, Benz. All right, let's hear it for Ben Cunningham. Could I just, no, before you put up the awards, Monica, Ben and Rick, just come up together so we can have a photo with the three of you. Where Monica went. Come, Monica. And bring the award. Bring your plaques. Take out yours now, Ben. Or is that a different thing? Yes, Ben stays in the back. All right, just beside each other. All right, the three awardees.
Thank you all awardees for your sterling work in the community. Thank you, Julian, for taking care of that for us. And thank you, Comrade Leader Auntie Aloon.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be here to help celebrate Jamaica 68. And I want to say the person who invited me here is the great, out of mercy, Mr. Ben. He was the one that invited me to come here. Big up yourself, Ricky. And you know, all you distinguished people, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to do two poems quickly. This poem and also respect for the distinguished guests. Right? I'm going to do two poems, and I want you to join me. This poem is not for me, it's for all you people. So when I say always remember, don't you forget, I will always wish you. You all say the best. Ready? Always start with the panel. Always remember, don't you forget, I will always wish you. Always remember, don't you forget, Jamaican people we are. Always remember, don't you forget, I will always wish you. All right, ready? I wish you peace, love, and happiness, money, joy, and success. What you see, that's what you get. Calm, relax, and take a rest, because we are all blessed. Again, always remember, don't you forget, I will always. Always remember, don't you forget, I will always wish you. Always remember, don't you forget, Caribbean people we are. Life is for living, love means forgiving. Be careful, all eyes are watching. Many are called, chosen are few. All you people, God love you. Always remember, don't you forget, I will always. Always remember, don't you forget, I will always. Always remember, don't you forget, I will always. Thank you. One more. Remember, people, we are at our most powerful when we are living in the now, not to those who wait too late. Learn from your mistake. This you must appreciate. Heat the food on your plate. Drink a glass of lemonade. Good thing come to those who wait, not to those who wait too late. It's all about now, right? It's all about now, right? We love each other, right? We are powerful, right? We are rich, right? We are beautiful, right? We love Jamaica, right? Thank you.
Woo! Thank you. Him dapper, eh? It's dapper you call that, don't? Fashionably dapper. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we're going to have the vote of thanks, and then right after that, we're going to go have a break, and then we join back here. So we come back at 7:30 p.m. Is that correct, Marcy? Okay, vote of thanks.
Thank you all very much. It is my pleasure. Thank you all very much. It is my pleasure to give the vote of thanks this evening. And first of all, I want to thank all of you for coming to be with us here today. We had a full day today, and when I came into the room, I felt so good that so many of you had come out, and that in fact some of you had been here from earlier on in the day, and then we went and did some other things and came back, and you were here again. So it falls to me to say thank you. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to the organizers. I want to say a big thank you, Black Mama Earth, Afro-Caribbean Center, Vision to Reality, Ujima Partnership, Sick Be Nourished, Prison Link, Island Delight, Shea Coco, Excellent 3, that is Transforming Lives Through Education, Training and Development, JLB Shipping International, Legacy, Breakthrough TV, Sacred Yoni Garden, Mycans Facial and Body Scrub, NewStyleRadio.org, thank you, and Sorrel Drink. What is the Sorrel Drink? I can hardly make it out. It's a nice drink, yes. I also want to say a very big thank you to the sponsors, Cleone Foods Limited, Transpac Ship International Limited, Nehemiah Housing, again JLB Shipping and Logistics Limited, Corporate Black Workers Supporters. Now please give them all a big clap again. Chester and Friends Drums, the poetry by Dave Wilkes, poetry from the 2 young ladies from King Solomon International Business School. You know, we cannot take our performers for granted because we are Caribbean people, and as you heard earlier, you can't take the rhythm out of us. You can't take the music out of us. You can't take the language, the use of the language out of us. I want to also thank Miss Beverly Johnson for being the MC this evening. I want to thank all the persons who provided the food for us. Let me tell you something. We eat more today than we have eaten in a whole week. I think everybody up here have said that. We've eaten more today than we have eaten in a whole week. So thank you very much. I also want to thank Mr. Hawthorne, who provided us with transportation all around London and here to Birmingham. And to our guide, Doreen. You know, sometimes when we do a tour like this, it takes so many people to put it together. And I hope I have not left out anybody. But I really, really thank you all for making this such a successful visit for us. PMP UK, you have been the backbone of these arrangements, and I want to thank you all for it. And the organizing committee and all the people who you pulled on in your organizing, who I don't even know, but it only worked because you have done so well with it. Oh, and I see Tony Kelly. He spoke to us earlier this morning about diabetes, and I know London to Birmingham. And, you know, we're in opposition at the moment. We need your help to become the government. Because all of these policies that we're talking about, everything that you've told us that you want us to do, and all of the things that we say we will do, we can only do it when we become the government. So guess what? You have to go put your hand in your pocket, because election cannot run without money. We need you to help us to be able to become the government. Talk alone not going to do it. Talk alone is not going to do it. And so those of you who want to see the policies that we have discussed here today and yesterday down in London, I made a similar speech like this in London. And because of that, the party leader said, I'm going to make me be, not treasurer, I'm in a treasurer business. The fundraiser for the UK. I can beg money, you know. So, but if you have more than that, we will take it. And the way how you can do it, nobody has to know that you are doing it. Go onto the PMP website, take out your credit card. I know that nobody in the UK no use cash. I tried pay action. We cannot influence policy in the way that we want to do. So, thank you all very much for coming. And I hope you don't laugh after me that I beg you, but I am not afraid or ashamed to beg for the PNP. Not ashamed, not afraid. I beg you, no. Give us some money so we can win the next elections. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Auntie Alun. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask Sophia and Marcia to do the presentation of gifts. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. Sophia? One moment. So, to you all, we've just got a little gift, a token of our appreciation. We want to thank you for choosing Birmingham and London as your stop-off for this magnificent tour. We hope that you've enjoyed your stay, and we want to wish you well as you head back. So Sophia is going to help me hand each of one of you just a little gift, and it's from not only Birmingham, but from the crew from London. We've all put together to ensure that we can hand this here to you. So if you want to just step forward. Can we just all...
Before you go, see a box here.
Whose is that? I think that's Monica's.
We will take
So before they go, Alu, I can take that from you. Ines? Well, okay. Let's have, I just want to, before they go, please, can we just stand and show our appreciation for our guests? Can we all stand?
And before we go, I just want to personally thank a few people who have been spending countless hours on the phone, on Zoom with me for several months. You know, working in 2 different time zones, it becomes very difficult. London is 5 hours ahead of Florida, 6 hours ahead of Jamaica. And so it meant that there were meetings at 1 a.m. your time, 4 a.m. my time. And there are a couple of people who have helped so much to put this event together. Hours and hours of work went into it. Marcia Reed, come Marcia, people need to know what you've done. She's probably downstairs. Dawn, I haven't seen in 43 years, but I called her anyway and said, can you help? And she said, sure, what do you want me to do? And the indomitable, infamous Bentley Cunningham. Thank you for all the work, Bentley. Thank you.
Sorry, and whilst the PMP UK have supported and put together and all done a lot of hard work to put this together. Louder? Sorry. Okay. Now, the delegation has been supported since the day they have arrived by two silent people. You don't see them in the front, you don't see them in the back, but they are there. Very important people to the delegation party. And I would like to take the opportunity for you to put your hands together, including the delegation party, to put their hands together to Shimona and Mark. Please, Shimona, come forward and take your... Come. Let somebody take a picture of you. There you go. That is yours. Okay. You're welcome. Mark, please do come forward. He is here.
Of our people here. We in this community have come of age, intellectually, spiritually, socially. You have shown intellectually, socially, and by engaging us at the policy level. And we thank you for that you've done, and we look forward for the transformation. On behalf of all our people here, we want to say thank you and have a safe journey to the land of our fathers. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to have a break. I know it's all right. Leave you. We're going to have a break for 20 minutes, and then we come back for some more entertainment.
Just remind them about the photo hop if they want to walk on. Put it in the back.
Come, let